Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. And as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to really set the intention for this space. I would love for it to be an open environment where everyone can come and share their own experiences without worry of judgment, as no matter your own unique life path that you're on, I'd like to think that there's a space for you here. I hope that we can come together as fellow spiritual seekers to uplift each other, to relate in one another's experiences, no matter how different they are, and share positive sentiments. We're all in this together. These are my wishes. Although we all do come from various backgrounds, we often have such a diversity, even in our own family, since we all have such a precious perspective on life that is unique to the various upbringings that we've had, unique to our own special talents, to our own memories, our dreams, our desires, our fears. A lot of the times we can disagree at this level of being, but if we try to see past those differences, I think you'll find that we're a lot more alike than we are different. We're all human. We all share 99% same DNA. We all have a consciousness that feels the same sense of I am in there. We all live on the same planet, same solar system, same galaxy, same universe. If we can relate in the ways we are similar, I think that'll help us. Now, thank you, Risi, for blessing us with some flowers so early on. Jai Satchitanandam. Hello, dear Chloe Evans. And hello, Kwali. Welcome. You all are very early. I hope that you are doing well. And even if you don't feel like you're well, that's okay too. And even if you don't feel okay, it will be okay. Everything that you're feeling in this moment is valid, and regardless of what kind of day you've had, it's gonna be okay. Hello, Spooky Emma. And hello, Anastasia from Switzerland. Nice to have you here. I love my international audience. Chloe Evans, you shared that your mom just said, you don't have to smile, but just don't frown. You know, it takes more energy to frown than it takes to smile. I can't remember the exact numbers, but there's a certain amount of muscles that are used. Our face has so many micro muscles for micro expressions. And it's just easier to smile than it is to frown. So whenever someone says that you need to work out, you can say, I frown all day. It takes a lot of work to frown. It's not easy. Hello, dear Aquarius lady. Hello, JDZ. Jake, you share that you love Switzerland, such a beautiful country. I'm happy we have love for each other's geography. When you're at work, that is, shares Chloe. Well, that makes sense. JDZ, you're wondering, what's the most important thing I've learned? Well, I'm scared to say anything because I feel like I learned something even more important every day than I did yesterday. So we'll have to see. But one of the most important things I've learned is that truly, you get to decide how you want to be. You might not get to decide where you are, who's around you, what you're dealing with, what kind of emotions are coming up, but our perspective is always within our control. And I think that's wonderful, because you can be in a really difficult situation, but change your own perspective to turn it into something that is bearable at the very least, and maybe even enjoyable, given the right perspective, but it can take an art form in and of itself to craft and express yourself through perspectives that add to your life. Now, thank you, Robbie, for that heart me too I saw. Radhe Radhe. Hare Krishna, Anna. Hello, Michelle. Thank you and welcome, Vita. Since you all are so early, I get to ask you all my question of the day, which I like to start my lives with. So if you're interested in thinking about this question, it's not an easy one, but one that I think is very much applicable. When someone appears to be agitated by you, what can we say to ensure that we mean no harm? I think you've all experienced this. I know I have. Every now and then, for some reason, we strike someone as a threat. It could be something we said. It could be just because we remind them of something. But, when someone does appear agitated, what can we say? How can we communicate that it's okay? Well, some good answers are coming in already. Thank you, Robbie, for your hand hearts that you sent. There's some hand hearts for you too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Kent and Lisa, thank you for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. And Gabriella, thank you for your heart me too. Thank you, Gabriella. Hello, Jacqueline. Good evening, Kent and Lisa. Chloe, you share. Sorry, I won't do it again. Yeah, I think there's absolutely a context in which we've agitated someone. Simply apologizing. I am sorry that you feel this way, shares Aquarius lady. This is a good thing to say often too. If we need to take accountability, of course, we just apologize directly. The Sydney Marie, I love that you share. I'm coming from a place of love. That's a good one. I like that. Vita, you share that your therapist says to say, you're right. I like that. Yeah, we can sacrifice our own sense of righteousness and allow them to be validated in how they're feeling. I like that, Asher. Hey, I don't want to hurt ya. Love your shirt, by the way. Sneaking a little compliment there. Jake, you share. Please allow me to rephrase myself. I did not intend to make you feel this way. I love that. Eden, you share. We can acknowledge how they feel first. That's beautiful. Yeah. I love your mantras, Chloe. Aunt Vicky, you share. It's not your fault. That's a nice, diffusing one. And Jacqueline, you share. Just change the tone of the speaking words for when it happens to you. Sometimes our tone can come across in a way which we don't intend. We don't even realize sometimes we're speaking in a way in which our inflections might sound like we're talking down or something. Social cues, sometimes they're hard to keep track of, aren't they? Eden, you share, hey, I'm Canadian would be enough. Hey, I'm Canadian. I don't mean any harm. Sorry about that. Can I get you some Timmies, eh? You want to watch the game tonight? In fact, that's 90% of Canadian vocabulary right there. You have a lot of wisdom in you, Asher. Hello, Ro. Gregor G, you're confused by the question wording. Maybe I typed it wrong. Let's see. I wrote, what? Oh, yeah. Instead of what, I can do when. Thank you for pointing that out for me. When? Yeah, that's a better question word. When someone appears to be agitated by you, what can we say to ensure that we mean no harm? That we mean to harm? Oh my goodness! Wow, that's the opposite of what I'm asking. I'm glad someone pointed that out. What someone appears to be agitated by you, what could we say to ensure we mean to harm? Yeah. That definitely changes things. There we go. Aw, that's sweet, Asher. Hey, dude. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you at all. What's your favorite animal? I like that. Change the topic. Something they're interested in. Yeah, thank you for spotting that as well, Gabriella. You finished your Timmies? Just moments ago, too. Jake, you share that being aware of tone at all times is something you struggle with, being around loved ones. Me too. Yeah. It's something we forget about, I think, often with the rise of texting and other textual formats, that our tone just becomes secondary to the words. You know, when you're texting, we have to assume the connotation. Maybe this has some consequences in our non-texting communication that we forget. It's more than just what words we choose. It's how we deliver them also. And Sakura, you share that we teach them to understand what we actually mean with love and respect. I like that. Having a lot of trust in someone can help when the tone isn't there, or if we feel like we might have misinterpreted something. Just remembering what they mean to us, or what we mean to them. Having that trust. Having that self-love. We're worthy of love means that maybe this person didn't intend to get this point in the way that I received it. That's something we can do when we're on the end of being agitated. Gabriella, you relate to that. We lose tone within electronics and online perception. Being in the moment is harder these days. Definitely see what you mean. Thank you, Caterpillar Girl. Asher, you share that you always change topics when people are scared so they concentrate on something else. Usually works. That's a very emotionally mature thing to do. Yeah. It especially works with young kids. But when we're emotional as adults, we kind of act like young kids too. So it still works. Jacqueline, you observe that there can be so much hate on the internet because tone can't be well expressed when written. I've seen many an argument take place after just a misinterpretation of the tone, where the person will reply furious, and then the original commenter will go, "Oh my goodness, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it in that way at all. I meant it in this way," or "I was joking." So many fights occur. That's why I like emojis. Emojis are a way of conveying connotation without sound. Hello, Michelle. Welcome. Good morning, Maya. And thank you, John F., for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Well, I think this has been a very successful exploration of the question of the day. If you're still thinking or typing, you're welcome to share some answers. Aww. Explaining our feelings can be difficult. Sometimes I feel you, Stephen. That's such a great emoji, Anna, the one that just looks embarrassed. I think that one looks like Elijah Woods. I think that's his name, the actor who played Frodo in The Lord of the Rings. That emoji just makes me think of Elijah. He's got really big eyes. Anyway. Good morning, Lone Wolf. Sensei, you're wondering, what are my thoughts? That infinite regress cannot exist because of infinite past. There's a trilemma. We've heard of dilemmas before. Dilemma, a lemma between two things. A trilemma is between three things. I forget the name. It's something like a Mounchian trilemma. It has an M in it. Sounds kind of funny. And it says that either three things will happen if we regress. If we take a concept and we go back a step. And if this sounds vague, it's because it's just very generally applicable to a wide variety of philosophical concepts. Like, we can ask where we are from, our parents, then where they are from. We're regressing back through our family tree. Or we can regress through a chain of causality. This caused that, caused that, caused that, caused that. We go back. We can ask, where did we come from? Where did the Earth come from? Where did our solar system, galaxy, etc.? We keep regressing in causality in this way. This trilemma states that either three things will happen. You'll either go back forever. You'll never get to an original cause. You will get to a stopping point, an original cause. Or you'll end up in some cycle. And you can use this idea to come up with three formalizations for how the universe began. Either it began at some point, it never began, it went on forever, or there's some cycle where it begins and ends and begins and ends, just like that. This is not so different to me than our conversation of afterlives. That there's the annihilationism idea that after death there's nothing. It stops. This is infinite progression instead of regression. Or it goes on forever in some aspect, like an eternal heaven or an eternal hell. Or there's some cycle of births and deaths, births and deaths, births and deaths. Here we're applying this forwards in time in our life. But what if I told you there was a perspective in which all of these three lined up and they were one and the same? I'll let you think about that. Okay. Thank you, Gabriella, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And Timothy, thank you for your heart me. Hare Krishna. Cryptic Connect, thank you for your heart, me too. And Ursula, thank you for your heart, me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. You are asking because you are a believer of the eternal cyclic universe, Sensei. What if I told you that the universe was each cyclical, infinite, and had a beginning all at the same time? Okay. I would like to read from In Love at Ease. And while we're reading this book together, I have a question for you. My question is, would you have a question for the author, and what would it be? Because assuming the author has a flexible schedule, they have tentatively agreed for an interview. So they're doing a PhD right now, but if they have a gap in their schedule, I might be able to interview them. So while we're reading, and if you've heard me read this before, maybe you already have some questions that you'd like to ask. And Sky Guardian is here, I think. And Sky Guardian will keep track of the questions. And we'll ask them to Yogi Trivedi, the author of this book, if we get the chance. All right. We're almost done this book now. There's only 20 pages or so left. This section of the 5th chapter is called the next chapter of Bhakti and Seva, of loving devotion and selfless service. When Swamishri visited Buckingham Palace in 1992, at the invitation of the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip famously asked Pramukh Swami Maharaj if he will now go on to live at Swaminarayan Akshardham in Gandhinagar. Much to Prince Philip's surprise, Swamishri smiled and clarified, "I am always on the move. I do not have a permanent residence. This mandir, this temple, is for the community and its people." Swamishri's travels only slowed down after his health deteriorated in 2010 when he turned 90 years old, after which he spent much of his time between the village of Sarangpur and the cities of Ahmedabad and Mumbai. Swamishri's intent to serve remained as resolute as ever, even during those last 6 years. He was not attached to a specific act or its result, and therefore he had no difficulty when it was time to transition to a new stage of bhakti and seva. Swamishri's spirit did not age, but his body and mind did. This affected all the acts of bhakti and seva that were dear to him. It limited his travel, meeting bhaktas, devotees, giving discourses, and actively collaborating with sadhus and bhaktas, monks and devotees. To serve. I was wondering how that sentence ended. It limited his travels, meeting bhaktas, giving discourses, and actively collaborating with sadhus and bhaktas to serve. He never retired, he just served and worshipped differently. A transition of this magnitude takes a serious toll on people's spirits. They are afraid of losing what is dear to them. They are afraid of the unknown that is to come. Antithetically, Swamishri was at ease. His ease revealed his fearlessness. He was not afraid of moving on from active involvement in management and leadership. He was not afraid of old age or illness. He was not afraid of leaving his mortal body. His Atmanishta, his ability to abide in his self, and Sahajanand, his organic bliss, were resplendent in those last few years. He showed how loving the divine, experiencing the inner self, and embracing all can lead to a sense of ease and bliss that prepares one for the next chapter. Those last years were difficult for bhaktas, for devotees who had grown up around Swamishri. I am not talking about just a handful of those in physical proximity, but 3 entire generations of bhaktas worldwide who had grown accustomed to writing to, calling, speaking to, traveling with, and meeting Swamishri. Hundreds of thousands of bhaktas were spoiled by Swamishri's personal attention to their spiritual and social needs, the homes they should buy, the schools they should attend, whether they should move abroad, and, of course, the spiritual journey. How to eradicate anger, lust, greed, and so on. The wide spectrum of concerns that Swamishri addressed would impress a trained therapist. Swamishri's attentiveness went beyond the surface of these questions. There was a deep spiritual reason behind why Swamishri had spent so much of his time and energy for his bhaktas. Swamishri was building a bridge of love from this world to the next. When Professor Raymond Williams asked Swamishri how he could confidently respond to such a broad range of questions without regret, Swamishri, at ease, turned to the Murti, the divine image of Hare Krishna Maharaj. It is through the inspiration of God that I get advice and convey it to the bhaktas. I encourage people to have faith in God. Without faith in God, nothing is possible. Professor Williams was curious and inquired, "How does God inspire you? Is it a general sense of inspiration, or is it specific in the moment?" Swamishri spoke of his connection with the divine. It is a constant rapport with God through bhakti, through loving devotion and seva, selfless service, that provides the basis for this advice. I feel the presence of God. God is listening and answering. The answers are always there. Professor Williams probed further. "But surely you must have had second thoughts about the advice. Have you ever wished later that you had given different advice?" "No, it is never so. I am sure of the advice that I give, because I do not give it. God gives it through his inspiration. I just serve." "But how can you give advice about matters which you have no direct contact or knowledge, namely specific families and various professions and businesses?" I share this advice so that the bhaktas come closer to God. Taking interest and assisting in their daily activities and affairs brings them closer to me. It builds a bridge of love. The purpose of walking with them is not to just help them prosper in their business or avoid conflict in their lives, but it is to connect them to the divine. If they come closer to me, they will grow closer to the divine. Their faith will strengthen. My guru, Yogiji Maharaj, visited hundreds of villages and homes just to build a bridge of love. His selfless love brought bhaktas, devotees, closer to the spiritual journey. Eventually, this bridge of love inspires the bhaktas to transcend attachment and desire. It inspires them to transcend the worldly quest for happiness and search for eternal happiness. I walk with them so that they can progress on the path of spiritual transcendence to moksha, liberation. My ultimate goal is to take my bhaktas past the dilemmas of the world. I want to destroy the discord and desire within and establish a concord within the divine. It is all I want for them and from them. Swamishri's response explains why the Guru loves and embraces all. It was not merely for the sake of growing the community, organization, or providing worldly comfort. It goes beyond the concerns of this life and this world. Swamishri wanted to give his bhaktas more than they had the wisdom to ask for, and, in the process, fulfilled their worldly requests as well. Gurus give in ways that surpass the expectations of their disciples. Swamishri once said to me, "Never ask me for anything. I love my bhaktas more than you can imagine. I will always give you more than what you ask for." With Swamishri's health declining, he slowly started to shift his language of bhakti and seva. Though he continued to inaugurate mandirs and consecrate murtis, these are temples and divine images, inspire the community's ever-growing humanitarian activities, give darshan, and bless tens of thousands of bhaktas every day from a distance, and initiate sadhus into the monastic order, he was unable to directly communicate with his bhaktas. He knew that it was time for this bridge of love to be shifted, so that millions could receive that personal attention and care from another. On the 6th of March, 2013, in Ahmedabad, Swamishri wrote an open letter to his sadhus and bhaktas, instructing them to take their queries to Mahant Swami, his successor and current president and guru of the BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha. Mahant Swami would love and guide them in his place. Swamishri led his bhaktas to his ideal bhakta. In the meantime, hundreds of thousands of bhaktas flocked to the small village of Sarangpur in Gujarat for darshan of their guru. Swamishri was in Sarangpur from the 5th of May 2013 to the 13th of August 2016, except for the 2 weeks that he was in Robbinsville, New Jersey for the mandir inauguration ceremony. The environment in Sarangpur was celestial. Every day felt like a festival. Swamishri came out of his room anywhere from 1 to 3 times a day to give darshan to those who had gathered from all over the world. A simple siren or conch shell bell would alert those on campus that Swamishri would be arriving in a few minutes. Time stood still in Sarangpur when that bell rang. Sadhus in training would run from their Sanskrit or theology classes. Bhaktas would file out of the guest houses. All eyes would turn to the courtyard, anxiously waiting for Swamichri's wheelchair to cruise into the cabin. Beyond this hour of public darshan, there was still an entire day Swamishri spent in bhakti and seva in his room. Vivek Sargar Das Swami, Narayan Charan Das Swami, Yogi Charan Das Swami, Krishna Vallabh Das Swami, Dharma Charan Das Swami, Yog Vivek Das Swami, Bhadresh Das Swami, and Anandanandan Das. Boy, that's a tough one. Anand Das Swami. The bliss of bliss, I think his name means. The bliss of bliss were some of Swamishri's personal attendants who were with him from 2012 to 2016 in Sarangpur. Actually, it's the servant of the bliss of bliss. I was fortunate enough to have a chance to speak with them throughout those years, as well as the years after Swamishri's passing away. They kept me and hundreds of thousands of others close to the Guru, even when we were physically distanced. In all that I heard from them about my Guru's ease, as he embraced the next chapter, I appreciated that Swamishri continued to be who he had always been. The interactions they shared reminded me of the Guru that hundreds of thousands like me had interacted with for the past 90 years. When one's health fails and age ripens, performance is near impossible. These interactions are testament to the fact that Swamishri was at ease and not pretending to do so. These interactions serve as the final lesson in letting go, to embrace God's will when it is time. Thank you for listening. We'll pause our reading of In Love at Ease there for now. We only have a few pages left to go. And as I mentioned, the author, Yogi, I just love that name, Yogi. Not a title, but his actual first name. He had tentatively agreed to possibly do an interview between his busy schedule during his work with a PhD. However, if I do get the chance, I would love to ask him questions from you all. So, from that reading, from this author who was so close with this guru of his, Swamishri, if you had any questions, please relay them to me or send them in chat. As long as Sky Guardian is here, he can screenshot them for me, or you can send them to me in my direct messages on other platforms. I would love to have a list of questions to ask Yogi Ji. That would make me very happy. And welcome everyone who joined while we were reading. Hello, Claude. Namaste, Chess Master. Hello, Vicky. Hello, Rebecca. Hello, Master Mix. Greetings, Gio. And hello, Banjo the Monster and Lala Michelle. Welcome. Now we can really open the Sangha to whatever you wish to discuss. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your 7 roses earlier. Jai Nisargadatta. Hybrid Jen, thank you for your pair of disco loves. Hare Krishna. And Jill, thank you for your community fest. Jai Swaminarayan. Stephen, thank you for your pair of 10 tiny dinies each. Yippee! And John F., thank you for your finger heart, your friendship necklace, and your W. A good letter, isn't it? Jai Sitaram. Chestmaster, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Savannah, thank you for your finger heart too. And welcome Gina. Hello Udani. Hello Spiritual Vibes. Hello Small. Hello Money Sign. You're wondering, if you hear ringing in your ears during meditation, what does it mean? It means that a sneeze is coming. No, that's just what it means for me. My mother, she says that whenever her ear is ringing, she feels like, oh, there's a download incoming. Thank you for your blessings. Download coming. I've heard various physical answers as to why it happens. Something to do with hair follicles in our ear. I've heard some people say that it's when 2 neurons disconnect. So 2 things that we previously had associated, we are dissociating. I don't know. I can't tell you the meaning of these things. Whatever you make of it, no matter what happens during meditation, as long as we can include it into our experience and not feel like something is going wrong, then it's all part of the meditation. And whatever meaning you find in it, that's meant for you in that moment. Anuko, you share that your mom said somebody is talking about you if it's ringing. That's fun. My mom has something similar. She says that if you have the hiccups, that means someone is thinking of you. And the hiccups stop when you can figure out who the one is that is thinking about you. Savannah, you share that's interesting. And you have ADHD. What helps to connect neurons? ADHD does. No, seriously. The ability for various concepts to be bridged is known as lateral thinking. And you know when someone is laterally thinking, when their mind is jumping from one topic to another, that someone could say something and you're reminded of something which is only vaguely related. If you've ever had a conversation with anyone with ADHD, they are excellent lateral thinkers. They're bridging concepts all of the time. And the complement of that, of course, is vertical thinking, where instead of jumping from one topic to another, we just go deep. We specialize in one topic, or we generalize and go higher. And to have a well-rounded conversation, we need to be good lateral thinkers and vertical thinkers, where if someone wants us to go deep, we go deep. If someone wants us to continue passing by the topics without going deep into any of them, it's a great skill to have as well. Explore the 2-dimensional space of thought. Going deep or making connections. Become a I don't know, what's a word for someone who's thinking vertically and laterally? Become a 2-dimensional thinker, I guess. Thank you, Candle, for your hand hearts. There's some for you too. Radhe Radhe, a traveler. I like that, Jamie. Didactic thinking, shares star. Oh, that's a precise one. And thank you, Stephen, for your quintet of tiny tinies. Yippee! And your quintet of finger hearts. There's one for you too. Stephen, you share that your ADHD is a nuisance to your girlfriend for sure, though I say it has benefits. Absolutely. Yes. What may be a curse in one way is a blessing in another. I find that people with various neurodivergent traits, people with ADHD especially, they make great spiritual practitioners because nothing worldly can capture their attention for long. But spirituality goes so deep. You know, ADHD is not totally characterized by a lack of attention. You have really good attention, but for really specific things. You can hyper-focus, and suddenly you lose track of time. That ability to hyper-focus makes meditation sometimes very powerful, makes spiritual progress very fast. Now, Sue, you shared that the Swami in the book is such a kind person. You thought of your dad who passed away 2.5 years ago when I read. Aww. I'm so happy that you see such wonderful things in your father and vice versa. He is a very fatherly figure, I think. And thank you, Candle, for the dancing flower. Let me be your dancing flower. This is how I would dance as a flower. And I'd hold my leaves up to the sun. I suppose that's kind of what some of the plants look like in the Plants vs. Zombies game. I don't know if you've ever played that. Radhe Radhe Magdalene. Small, you're wondering, am I still going to India? Yes, yes. Still figuring out the details. Vicky, you shared that you have a few older sons that have ADHD. They are super talented. Absolutely. Yeah. I know what you mean. And Stephen, you share that you are dedicating the yippee to your Rebecca. Of course. Well, on behalf of Rebecca, I'll just give a special one. Yippee! I like that, G2 Infinity. The game is called Connect the Neurotransmitters. Mm-hmm. Someone with a beautiful username. Jenny. You ask, am I Buddhist? I consider myself just a spiritual seeker, and I love finding beautiful forms of spirituality in many places, including Buddhism. In fact, maybe we can listen to another passage from this Buddhist nun, which I love to read from. That rhymed. The Pocket Pema Chodran, this is, and I'm keeping a list of all the passages that we haven't read yet. We haven't read number 17 yet. So let's flip to that one. No, that's not Pema. That's Rumi. We can read some of Rumi later too. Number 17 is called Don't Let Life Harden Your Heart. When I was about 6 years old, I received an essential teaching from an old woman sitting in the sun. I was walking by her house one day feeling lonely, unloved, and mad, kicking anything I could find. Laughing, she said to me, "Little girl, don't you go letting life harden your heart." Right there, I received this pith instruction. Pith? P-I-T-H. I don't know this word. We can let the circumstances of our lives harden us so that we become increasingly resentful and afraid. Or we can let them soften us and make us kinder and more open to what scares us. We always have this choice. Pith. Pith, pith, pith. Why haven't I heard this word before? Someone tell me what it means. Anyway, fortunately, the message of this passage still shines through. Don't let life harden your heart. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Jacqueline, for your finger heart. Radhe or Radhe. Hi, Bridgen, you share that you're surprised I don't know a word. Makes you comfortable. English has something like the biggest vocabulary of all the languages, which is wild, because English lacks in so many ways that other languages definitely thrive in, but not in vocabulary. English has a very extensive entourage of terminologies that we can distribute at any given passing moment. But pith is not one of them that has come to my ears. It means the essence of something. Thank you, Star. You teach me. Thank you, G to Infinity, also. I saw a heartfelt question from Marek. What did I do bad in a past life to suffer so bad? As we learn about reincarnation or karma, we might come to this conclusion that the suffering that seems to have no cause in this life must have been caused in another life, and then we feel guilty for whatever we could have done. Fortunately, even in the context of karma and reincarnation, this is not the right way to understand it. So allow me to be really clear. Whatever suffering you're experiencing in this life is not a punishment because of your actions. Karma does not work in terms of reward or punishment, like some moral lottery, where if you do good then you get good things, and if you do bad then you get bad things. That's a simplification of what is a really deep and subtle concept. Actually, you may have been a very wonderful person in your past life, but still suffer in this life. Sometimes bad things happen to good people. And that's because no person is truly good or bad, and no thing by itself is truly good or bad either. But suffering is very much a reality. Good people. And that's because no person is truly good or bad, and no thing by itself is truly good or bad either. But suffering is very much a reality. I think my internet disconnected me for a moment. So, if my connection has returned, please let me know so that I may be able to connect with you. I'm back. Thank you, MJ. Thank you, Magdalene. Thank you, Michelle, Jacqueline. Marek, you sure you don't feel guilty? That's good. You just don't have a flat or room to relax and strive. Peace. Strive for peace. That makes sense. Yeah. Don't worry, that's not your punishment or anything like that. Also, I believe it's possible for you to find peace no matter your situation. In fact, some of the most challenging situations can help us reflect on what it really takes to be peaceful. And I think you'd be surprised how little it takes to truly be happy. Some of the most tragic times can bring out the most beautiful peace from inside. I know for me, for example, I was going to the hospital for my anxiety. I had this strange existential dread. And I don't know what was wrong with my body, but I just kept throwing up and I couldn't go to sleep. And eventually, I had to come to terms with what it really means to live a happy, successful life, because clearly there are some things that are not achievable for me. I might not be able to get a handle on my physical or mental health, but that doesn't mean that peace is not possible. This is something I really want everyone to remember, that because we come in 3 parts, consciousness, mind, and body, as long as we find happiness on the level of consciousness, then there could be a whole mess happening in our mind or body, but still we find comfort and peace. This is difficult, but achievable through the practice of spirituality. It may take a long time to really get to a comfortable state of consciousness. And incidentally, we find that our mental health and our physical health will generally improve as a result. Difficulties and challenges are not meant to take you away from happiness or peace. In fact, they are meant to uplift you, meant to inspire you. Every moment in which there's something going wrong is a chance, is an opportunity for us to practice patience, practice forgiveness, practicing letting go. And if you truly see the truth in this, then every moment can bring you peace. Even when someone's testing your patience, even when someone is not conducive to any sort of healthy relationship. Regardless of our situation, there is always a perspective in which we can reframe this moment to be conducive to our happiness, to our growth. Thank you, Jenny, for your 12 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And I am sorry for whatever you are going through, Marek. In any way in which I can be there for you, be a support from afar, I'm always happy to hear you and listen to you. I'd love to know how you're feeling and how I can help. And thank you, Tiger, for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and another 70, making 99 roses. Maybe there's another one in there that I miscounted. Could be 100. I don't know. Thank you, Radhe Radhe and John F. Thank you for your trio of cloud breads. Marek, you share that your nervous system locks down when you're around this parent. You won't find peace if you see or hear them. Those are some some heavy words, and I can feel the presence behind them and the genuine emotion. Sounds like there is a lot of trauma, and that can always be it can be healed. I wasn't going to say that because it sounds like a bold statement, but I truly do believe that trauma can always be healed. What can be done can always be undone. The pain that someone has given to us, there's always a way of letting go of it through a lot of patience and work. Setting boundaries is one way which we can be on our way to do that. Now, good night, Savannah. And thank you, Tiger, for another 65 roses. Hare Krishna. Rebecca, you can relate with that feeling the same way around your parents. It is, unfortunately, not uncommon. But fortunately, you're not alone in that, and many people go through similar experiences and learn and grow from them. And thank you, Innovision, for sharing your love and gratitude. In the form of a heart me and best team also. Hari Om Tat Sat. Tiger, you're wondering if I can tell you all about transcending duality. See, we all have duality as a part of this reality. On the level of the body, on the level of our mind, of course, we are different people. And we have different needs. We come from different places. We have different experiences, different thoughts, different feelings. But if you can see past that, there is something which is non-dual between you and I. There's something which is very much one. What is that? Did a leaf fall in my hair? I can't see. Oh, there it is. That's fun. You have a good eye, Celia. What do you think that is? I'd like to hear from you. What is it beyond the differences, the level of the material existence? What is it that's the same between you and I? And if you can provide a reason why. You don't know, that's okay. Maybe you don't realize that you know. Anyone else? You're welcome to explore this concept. Thank you, Gina, for your community fest. Nice to have you here, my dear from the Philippines. Hare Krishna. Michael, thank you for your rose too. So, shares Theodore and Jacqueline. Yeah, whatever the essence of our being, must be the very same essence for the other person to have just as personal and deep and intense and precious of a conscious experience. Alicia, you share that we are all connected, just like the roots from the trees. And actually, in your question, your follow-up question, Tiger, suffering. We all suffer. We all know what that's like in some way or another. Kelsey, you share that you know through everything you experience, there is an awareness that is aware. Hello, silly Billy. Even when you feel discombobulated, there's an awareness of it. Perspective, shares T. We all have it, but differently. Yeah, we all share this planet, this air, this water, and love. And of all those answers, you're all right. You're also all right. But yes, in all of these ways, we share something. And if we can keep that in mind wherever we are, there's something I share with everything around me. then we can transcend our dualistic ways of thinking of us versus them. It's that simple. And of course, there's a deep philosophical, spiritual realization that eventually blossoms with this. But it starts with this very practical worldview, that there's something within us that we share, even if we might not know what that is exactly. We have a feeling, an intuition for it. And I like that, Cat. We're all divinely connected like the individual droplets of water of a vast divine ocean. So beautiful. And oh, Marlon, you are so polite. You are always apologizing for being late. But to apologize implies that you could have done something better. There is no better time for you to arrive than the time that you have, whenever that is. Happy to have you here, big sister. Thank you, Jenny, for your heart me. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. And Tiger, thank you for another 21 plus 50 roses. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Anna, thank you for your ice cream cone. Om Sum Soryaya Namaha. Joe, thank you for your rose. Om Shri Mahalakshmaya Namaha. And Jenny, thank you for another pair of TikToks. Om Krim Kalikaye Namaha. And thank you, Innovision, for your beautiful VR goggles. Classic. Om Brahm Bhairavaya Namaha. There, those are some bija mantras. Have I drank any water today, asks Marlon. I don't think I have, but thank you for reminding me. Ah, cornbread! It has been years! But the same moment. I appreciate you too, Sunflower Dream Haze. Thank you, Cat, for your flowers. Hari Om Tat Sat. I can feel that, those emotions behind those words, Marek, and you're absolutely valid in feeling the way you're feeling. Thank you for asking, Kim's and Cornbread. How am I doing? I am doing well. Thank you. How are you both? And hello, JV. Good evening, Master Eric. Tiger, you would like me to tell you all something about being vegan or vegetarian? Food is a big part of everyone's culture and identity, so I promise to speak very carefully about this. I do not wish to tell anyone that what they are doing is wrong and that they should be doing something different. It's not my style. First of all, we should listen to our body's needs. Take care of our body. Eating healthy food. Eating not too much or too little. Sri Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita that you can never be a yogi if you eat too much or too little. And you can never be a yogi if you sleep too much or sleep too little. Moderation is important for the yogis. Yogi just means one who's striving for yoga, spiritual union. Also in the Bhagavad Gita, they talk about 3 gunas, qualities that exist within everything in material existence. These 3 are the modes, the qualities of tamas, darkness, rajas, passion, and sattva, purity. There are tamasic foods, rajasic foods, sattvic foods, just as there are tamasic actions, rajasic actions, sattvic actions, just as there are Tamasic thoughts, rajasic thoughts, sattvic thoughts, everything. Tamasic actions, rajasic actions, sattvic actions, just as there are tamasic thoughts, rajasic thoughts, sattvic thoughts, everything does, which is responsible for fatigue and agitation. Oh, there was a little glitch. I hope it has subsided by now. A remix, that's fun. I'm back. Okay. Anyway, the point of this talk of the three gunas is to point out that some foods give rise to fatigue, to agitation, or to a kind of softness and clarity of the mind. This includes, fruit, of course. You can never go wrong with fruit. Many vegetables, legumes, rice. A nice sweet, something sugary but not too processed, actually. These are sattvic foods, and you'll notice that after you eat an apple, it's not like you want to go into a sleep coma. You ever notice that? After you eat rice, it's not like you're bouncing off the walls either. It's just simple food for a simple mind. And it just so happens that the simplest foods are vegetarian. It just so happens. So it's not about saying that anyone is doing something wrong. Of course, we can go in moral or ethical directions, but that's a whole other conversation. It goes outside of just what it comes to making a pure mind by eating simple foods. And if you feel ready for this on the spiritual path, it'll happen naturally. No need to force yourself to eat in any way. You'll find that your body just ends up craving exactly what you need, and you listen to that. Thank you, dear cat, for your flowers you sent a moment ago. Jai Satchitanandam. And JV, thank you for your finger heart. There's a finger heart for you too. Hare Rama. And Liz, thank you for your 10 roses. Chloe, you have work tomorrow. Well, I do hope you go to bed soon. Now, Kims, you're wondering, what do I think about coffee? It's not what I think, but according to this model, coffee would be considered rajasic because it agitates the mind, which is good if your productivity benefits from being agitated. Many people prefer to get work done in that state. But for spiritual matters, you wouldn't drink a coffee and then go meditate. You'll find it very difficult to meditate if you have caffeine. Makes for a challenge. Maybe that's a challenge you want to partake in. But if you want an easy time doing spiritual disciplines, then having a non-fatigued, a non-agitated mind is going to be very beneficial for you. You love my hair, Ayn. Well, I'm happy that we can relate in our long hair journey together. Claude, you don't have a personal interaction with an apple. You've never had an apple? Well, in place of an apple, it's just some nice sweet fruit, perhaps. It's funny, Ayn. You shared that you have ADHD and autism, and coffee is relaxing for you. Maybe coffee doesn't increase people's mindsets objectively, but it just puts it at a certain level. But you're already up here, way beyond coffee. And so for you, coffee actually takes you down to get you to the level that it takes people to. Takes you up from up here to down here. I know what you mean. Yeah. Some of my best naps have been after taking caffeine. It sounds like you have you've heard some powerful words on this topic, Marek. Hello, Beanbag. You finally know the gender of the baby. Oh, that is sweet. It's funny how everyone starts off indistinguishable. It's hard to tell unless you really looked at the DNA. But we all start off, with nipples and ovaries. And it's just for guys that the nipples don't continue to develop. And the ovaries actually come out of the body and become testicular glands. It's fascinating. Actually, every part of the male organs of procreation, they correspond to some aspect of the female equivalent. And they once were at some part in our development in the womb, but then they became externalized. Which is fun, but I don't wanna gross people out by thinking about our organs. That's fun. Now, Tiger, you're wondering if I can talk about fasting. Fasting is one way in which we can discipline ourselves. You could say that we either have a relationship to the mind where we're serving it, or we have a relationship with our mind where it's serving us. And the best way to be for peace is when our mind is serving us. That we give instructions to the mind, and the mind carries out those instructions. But so far, many of us live like this, where our mind gives us instructions. The mind says, I want this. And then we go and give it to the mind. And the mind is so ungrateful, isn't it? No matter how much we serve the mind is always wanting something different. So the spiritual path is all about inverting this perspective, where we can get our mind to take instructions from us, where it's not about what the mind wants from us. It's about how we can use the mind rather than the mind using us. Fasting is one way we teach the mind who's boss. Because the mind says, I want food. And we tell the mind, not today, bucko. The mind makes a big fuss out of it, but eventually it submits. And anyone who's fasted will know that as soon as the mind submits, it's a great feeling of peace. Because now you are no longer serving the mind is serving you, and it stops putting up a fight. And repeated austerities. Fasting is a type of austerity, and this is what an austerity means. It means we swap our role with the mind. And usually for the first while it means the type of austerity, and this is what an austerity means. It means we swap our role with the mind. And usually for the first while it means I am sorry about the internet connection today. Maybe I'm a little too far into my backyard. Normally when I go live here there's no problem, but maybe it's just a coincidence and today we're having disruption. I hope it's not too disrupting for your attention. And you share for you it's the opposite. Eating enough is your discipline. Yeah, Absolutely. For me also, that I spent a huge part of my life not eating enough. Thus, for the same discipline, I needed to just take another spoonful. My anxiety was intimately related with my food, but it technically wasn't an eating disorder. I don't know if it sounded like that. I had no problem with food. I wanted to eat, but for some reason, my body would just get anxious whenever I ate. I don't know what the association was, but eventually it took some time and I was able to break the association and finally put on some weight, which is good. Definitely been needing it. Another example of austerity is studying. Just like fasting, the mind will put up a fight. Oh, I don't want to do this. I want to go partying instead. That's one way in which we can redirect our relationship so that the mind becomes our servant. We become truly successful in life by becoming the master of our mind rather than the servant of our mind. Because the mind is a terrible master. Anyone who lives just according to what they think, oh. But the mind is an excellent servant. Anyone who thinks according to how they live, you will be very successful, no matter what you're doing, in the world or in the spirit. Thank you, Serenity Space, for your trio of roses. Hare Krishna. Hello, Stimulus Jack. And John Simon, thank you for your heart meme. Chloe Evans, you shared that you're kind of having trouble falling asleep, but you're still chanting yourself to sleep. It can take time, and there's no timeline for falling asleep. Some people take longer in some times and some days, and some people take less time. When we have a lot to process during our day, it can take longer to go to sleep. How about this? Don't worry about sleep. Try to dream. Dreaming is in between waking and deep sleeping. Transitioning from waking into dream becomes easier. Make your mind dream-like, not sleep-like, and you will get to dream and then to sleep. That's interesting, Claude. I didn't even know they had melatonin skin patches. Sleep brand. I know they have nicotine patches for those who are struggling with getting off of cigarettes or other sources of nicotine. Now they have melatonin patches for those who are struggling getting off waking state. They're addicted to being awake. It's called Sleep with a Z. I like that. Thank you for recommending that for everyone. And thank you, John Simon, for the heart me earlier, and Serenity Space for another octet of them. And Ein, you share that. You usually stay awake until you're so tired that you fall asleep in 5 minutes. What can you do about that? Well, I'd need more context for why you'd want to change that. By itself, falling asleep in 5 minutes is good. But if you feel like you stay up for long periods of time that aren't in accordance with your circadian rhythm, you can try to find a sleep pattern that works for you and fill your day with lots of stuff so you still feel just as tired at the end of the day as you would if you stayed up for days. Living a really empowering life is also a really exhausting life. So it's a win-win. The more we maximize our potential during the day, the more tired we are at the end in order to have a successful sleep. Work like, what is it? There's some quote about kings, that a king does not sleep well because they just sit on their throne all day, not moving. But the king's people, they sleep really well. The problem is we want to live like a king, but sleep like a worker. But it's the workers that sleep like a king. So we should live like a worker and sleep like a king. Tiger, you're wondering, can a person get to enlightenment if they are drinking, smoking, and doing staff? I don't know what staff means, but I assume it's in the same category as drinking and smoking, various addictions. Generally, no. Because to drink, to smoke, implies that you're looking for happiness in some object of experience. Part of enlightenment means that our happiness is not dependent on the objects of our experience. What alcohol, what smoking, what other substances and addictions do is they make the senses feel good. But enlightenment is a kind of peace, a kind of bliss, a kind of happiness that's beyond what the body can offer you. The body can only take you so far. It can take you pretty far. There are some pretty incredible experiences of the senses. Definitely. But they're still temporary. They're still finite. Doesn't matter how many cigarettes you smoke, within how many minutes it has worn off, and maybe you've even got a headache now, and you want another one to take the edge off. True peace, true happiness is not like this, where you have to depend on something. You have to continually go back and get it to get it. It's a kind of permanent liberation. You're free from all these cycles of pleasure and pain. This is my understanding, at least. John Simon, you missed my finite. Finite. I don't get it. You'll have to explain this to me. And you share that you sleep 6 hours for your body, it's fine. But your brain feels like it needs more sleep, but you can't get it. If you can't give your brain rest at night, At least give it to yourself during the day. Meditation is like condensed sleep. There are many people that meditate for just half as long as they should sleep and still get the full benefit. It's like that meme, like you wish you could get 8 hours worth of sleep in 6. But actually you can really get that level of rest and re-energization through meditative practices. Oh, thank you, Peridot. Fox Forever, you share that you don't know why you want to extract from people, probably being neglected and longing for the perfect attention. That's a very honest self-analysis. Maybe you can rephrase it like this: that you like attention from people because you want to be seen, heard, and felt. And that's okay because you absolutely deserve to be. You have so much beauty within you. For example, when a child wants attention from their parents, it's not necessarily an insecurity. And hello, dear Nolan. Is that my cat Sandy in your profile picture? Oh, I love him. Welcome. See, a child gives their parents an opportunity to give love, to be reminded of beauty and innocence and preciousness. That way, when a child asks for attention, I don't believe there's any wrong intention. They know their self-worth. They're a beautiful, bright soul, and they absolutely deserve to be seen. In the same way, you have just as much beauty inside you. And your beauty deserves to be seen also. That's its purpose. Thank you, Gulai, for your rose and TikTok. Hari Om Tat Sat. Jack, you ask, how do I view nihilists? Nihilists, I never know how to pronounce it, which you are yourself. Well, the being that you are, I absolutely respect and value, as there is so much in you as there is in me. I certainly do not judge anyone based on their philosophy. And I believe that if you go deep enough, you will find a spring of peace wherever you begin. However, there is something very profound and beautiful about nihilism that's unique. I truly believe that it's the culmination of all of philosophy, that all philosophers converge to this beautiful truth, that there is nothing we can be certain of. If we can consider philosophy as the pursuit of truth, philosophers slowly but methodically begin to reject sources of truth. The nihilist is the extremity of this, that we've narrowed down that there is no objective source of truth and meaning in this experience. It is like a funnel that converges to this point, but it doesn't stop there. In between nihilism and spirituality, there is a bridge. I believe that all philosophers eventually become nihilists, and all nihilists eventually become spiritual. How? Well, we've already talked about the convergence of philosophy to this idea that we cannot be certain of any objective source of truth or meaning. But the nihilist soon becomes a solipsist when they realize there's one place they forgot to look for meaning, and that's within the truth of their own being. The solipsist, recently nihilist, says, regardless of the sources of knowledge in my external experience, I may be uncertain of the meaning and purpose and truth of this whole reality. But there's one thing that I do know for certain, that is meaningful, the source of my purpose. And that's the fact that there is someone or something here to experience it. There is a subjective, conscious, awareful, experiential witnessing that we call this perceiver, that we call this Atma or soul or whatever you want to call it. There's some beingness which is giving rise to this experience. It could be an illusory experience, but it's still an experience. We might not know the nature of reality, what we are a part of, or the nature of our own self. But there is a self. There is a sense of I am. You may not know what you are, but you can think about it at least. As the solipsists say, I think, therefore I am. Once this gap has been crossed, you've now crossed the ocean of philosophy and finally entered onto the island of spirituality. Because you've discovered yourself, your Atma, your spirit. You've discovered that wherever the source of meaning or truth or purpose lay, it must be within our own experience. It is not objective like the world, but it doesn't have to be, because it is what is true for me. And it begins from there. Now, thank you, Kent and Lisa, for the subscription that you gave while we were talking about this. I am only grateful to be able to connect with you all. In any capacity that I have, I am honored to. Hello. Hello, Gaisardachuk. Gaisardachuk. I don't know how to pronounce your name, but welcome. Isn't that beautiful, Jack? There's two ways to say that nothing matters. There's nothing matters. But then there's nothing matters. Oh, this preconceived notion of expectation. All of the things I thought that I was supposed to do or supposed to not do. It only matters so long as I believe in it. And you know, my friend, nothingness is a great place to start, because it is from nothing that everything has come. Isn't it so? We say that before everything came nothing. This nothingness sounds a lot like the source of all things, doesn't it? Now, thank you, Gole, for another rose too. Jai Sitaram. Kelsey, you had asked, would I say I have discovered the root of my belief system? I've discovered that I have no belief system. I have no ground in which I am rooted. There is only what I choose to believe in this moment. And as everything in this moment is evolving, so too are my beliefs. Hello, Koribori. Thank you for sharing your blessings, Rush Can. Ginny, you're wondering, do I think psychedelics can help us achieve spirituality? Through very opening experiences, we can be put in a position where we have no other option but to question the most basic assumptions we have about reality. This can happen in trauma. This can happen over a long period of time. This can happen in beautiful ceremonies. This can happen at big turning points in people's lives. And it can also happen during a psychedelic experience. Regardless of the way in which we come to spiritual path, once it begins, well, you're in it for the long run. And thank you, John Simon, for that rose a minute ago. Radhe Radhe. And Jani, thank you for your 15 roses. Hello, Arya. That sounds like a passionate experience. How are you feeling from that interaction? Hello, Theo. I love you too. And I love that, Arya. Unity can include psychoactives, but one can experience the divine by doing nothing, just waking up. Very true. I'm happy that resonated with you, Serenity Space. You're wondering, what state am I in? Still light there. What state of consciousness? Well, I am not in a state, but but the country of Canada. In Canada, we don't have states, but we have provinces. My province is British Columbia. And it can happen like all of a sudden to even the most skeptical shares audio. That was my experience. I was super atheistic. I wasn't just any atheist. I was a super atheist. You know, I would go to my grave fighting against theism. And then all of a sudden, I discovered nothing. And I realized that this nothingness was a lot like divinity that the theists call God. That from nothingness there are no limitations. From silence, any song can be sung. From stillness, movement may be inspired, and from an empty canvas, a whole painting may arise. It is this primordial absence from where the presence of the universe happens. It goes beyond all my intuition, but yet even logic led me there. Thank you, Suz Namaste, for your baker's dozen worth of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Jackie McDonald, for your subscription. I'm always delighted to have you here, and I endlessly look forward to our interactions. Peridot, you share that sometimes you think nothingness and everything are connected and equal to each other. I believe you are right, my friend. What is nothing but the cause of everything? And what is everything if not an expression of that nothing? You could say that nothingness is all nothingness is the highest potential, because within nothing, anything can happen. And everythingness is the ultimate power, because within everything, all things are made possible. Thank you for your trio of finger hearts, Em. Hari Om Tat Sat. Thank you for sharing your beliefs, Ein. Your experience is important to me. I really believe there is a way in which all of our experiences can come to agree. Arya, you shared that you forgot to email me. That's okay. There's no timeline to that. And that's an experience that I think we share, Kelsey. You were an atheist as well. because your abusive experience with God was actually with man. I remember waking up to this too. I hated religion until I realized that my problem was not with the so-called divine truths. It was with the people that misinterpreted them and used it to oppress others. I have no problem with any religion in the world, but I have a lot of problems with many religious people. It's ironic. They should really read their own holy books, because they all speak about a kind of love and compassion. Unfortunately, people get attached to the ways in which their egos become empowered and forget about the universal truth of empowering others. And I believe in that. Thank you, JV, for your reminder to hydrate. Thank you. Thank you. I think my internet disconnected me for a moment. If it has returned, please let me know. I'm back. Thank you. I was thanking Cody Lee for the ice cream cone. Thank you for that. Hare Krishna. And JV, thank you for your finger heart. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. And Gulai, thank you for your rose. Thank you, Sky Guardian. That's true, Wanderer. There are some self-proclaimed religions that don't appear to have the same values at their core. I think we need a good definition from what makes religion, as different from a cult. You know? And sometimes the line is very blurry. But of those that can be generally considered religion, there is absolutely a way in which we don't have to blow each other up for our disagreements, but see the universal value which is shared between them. As difficult as it may seem in a world so full of conflict. Oh, thank you, Cal. I do not need anything from you. But maybe if there's someone around who could use some food on the street, if I have the power of taking this offer and giving the offer itself on behalf of those that may need it more than me. Thank you, Golai, for your rose. Om Krim Kalikaye Namaha. And thank you, Shakira. Hello. Thank you for your heart meat. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Alan, hello and thank you for your 6 roses. What are these called, you ask, JV? They have many names. You could call them hand symbols or finger symbols. They're also known as manjiras. That's the name that I know them by. Manjiras. Annika's world, you're wondering, at what point in my meditation practice did I find God? I'm always finding God. I'm always losing God. There is only a continual discovery of God. Every day, I learn more about how the source is evident in front of us, before our very eyes, and all of you are an expression of that. And I bow to the divinity within you. All the trees, all the air we breathe, all the love we feel. Every day I'm waking up to more and more realizations like this. Now thank you, Hairspray Betty. I see you sent a subscription to several people. To Ruben Gonzalez, to Suz Namaste, Cody Lee Shelton, Busy Bee 95, Valout Van, Patchouli Phoenix, Philip Bannock, Ein CB, Serenity Space, and Aocrix. That's very kind of you, Hairspray Betty, for gifting a subscription to others. It's very sweet. And I look forward to connecting with all those who are now subscribed. And anyway, we now have the ability to be with each other on this journey of life. I hope they enjoy the sticker pack too. And thank you, Faye Witch, for your heart, me and Rose. Radhe Radhe. What is a subscription, asks Ein CB. Well, it's something you have now. It's something that you can pay for that gives me money each month. It's never expected, but in return you get a little sticker pack. There are some relevant stickers to our live streams, and you get a little title by your name. It's, it's something digital. I'm happy to be here with everyone regardless of your subscription status. So it does not change, my love or acceptance of you in any way. But I look forward to the opportunity of, playing with the stickers together and just embracing a communal aspect. That's nice. Thank you, Gule, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. At Annika's world, thank you for your octet of roses. Jai Sita Ram. And green eggs and fried brains. Thank you for your heart, me. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you, MJ, for your pair of disco loves too. How'd you get a subscription? Asks Serenity Space. Hairspray Betty bought you one. Oh, thank you, Aquarius Lady. And Ein Sabi, you mentioned a verse from the Quran that you have difficulty with, and that's totally understandable. Although I have a lot of love and respect for the various religions of the world, I don't have that same respect for the ways in which it's used to cause harm. And I don't consider that a genuine spiritual revelation. That's something that either we have misinterpreted or we are using for oppression of others, and there has been genuine suffering that have come from this kind of understanding of religion, and I have no patience for that kind. Don't worry. That's not what religion means to me. We should absolutely stand up for those which are oppressed under these authoritarian outlooks. My interpretation of those verses that talk about oppression of non-believers, I interpret it as an internal thing where there's parts of ourselves that lack faith, and it has nothing to do with causing harm to anyone else. It's a process of making sure that our whole being is filled with belief. Anyway, though this might not be the most standard interpretation, I think you can agree it's one that makes sense spiritually. It's an interpretation that still gives value to the scripture, but without causing any perspective of oppression on others. And I hope we can continue to interpret scripture in these ways, that look for the ways in which we only cause love to blossom around us, and any judgment we have, we find within ourselves. The only person we can judge in this world is ourselves. That is a high spiritual truth that overrules any kind of judgment we have for others. Our duty is not to look for flaws in others and make corrections there. Our duty is to look for the good in others, first and foremost, always. Thank you, Eileen, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Cody Lee Shelton, you're wondering. I said I am still finding and losing God. Do I question the existence when I lose God? No, not at all. What I mean to say is I always catch myself forgetting that what's before me is divine, always, wherever it is. Sometimes we might lose our patience. That means we've lost the fact that the divine has orchestrated the situation for us. Maybe the person in front of us is being inspired in their heart by their higher self to challenge our patience. I forget that the divine is within them. But no, I never doubt. There is no place for doubt. There's questioning, there's curiosity, and there's wondering about how it is to make sense, but no place for doubt. As Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, cut this doubt asunder. As for the doubtful, there will be no peace in this life nor the next. Thank you for asking. Thank you for giving me the chance to clarify, Cody. And good night, dear Serenity Space. Much love to you too. And hello, Garrett. And thank you for your blessings. Thank you, Serenity Space, for your quintet of roses. And Banjo Farts, thank you for your heart me and trio of cloud breads. Om Krim Kalikaye Namaha. And Corey, thank you for your heart me. Radhe or Radhe. And thank you, Robin, for your rose too. Jai Sitaram. Robin, you were wondering if I had any advice about a loved one we know is passing. I was just talking about the story today with someone. There was this man who went to a Swami. Swami is a Hindu monk. So they went to the Swami, said, Swamiji, my wife has passed away. I am distraught. I do not know how to continue living. Do you have any advice? The Swami asked a question. Did you love your wife? The man was almost offended. Of course I loved my wife. I wouldn't be coming to you with this if I didn't. The Swami asked another pertinent question. Did your wife love you? How could you ask that, Swamiji? Of course she loved me. Okay, but did she love you as much as you loved her? Swamiji, I don't get these questions. Yes, she loved me just as deeply. Our bond was very mutual. Do you think that she really would have missed you? What are you... Oh yes, she'd be distraught if... Are you saying if I died before her? Yeah. No, she would be totally destroyed. In fact, she might even be more destroyed than me, Swamiji. Now, the Swami was not actually questioning their relationship. He was setting up the point. The point was delivered like this. Therefore, you have done your wife a great service by being here even throughout her final days. Because if it were the other way around, then she would experience great pain, wouldn't she? Therefore, you have saved her from so much suffering. Do you think about that? That actually, it was your grace, your privilege to give her the opportunity to not be without you in her final days. Now, this was definitely not something this man thought of. He thought that there was no ability to love and give beyond the grave, but here he was proven wrong. That it's possible to give and love beyond the grave, and in fact, every day that you continue without them is a way in which you give them the relief of not being without you in their life. So if you truly love someone, that's an honor that we get to carry. Not a punishment on our part, but something that we give our loved ones through time. The relationship might be different. The circumstance might be different. But anyone that you love, which you continue on without them, they were not without you. And that's a great gift you give them. Gina, thank you for your roses. Radhe Radhe. And I see you have many more roses in chat. Thank you. And Mariasa, thank you for your rose. And thank you, Robin, for another rose. I hope that story means something to you. Einsibier wondering, what do I think is after death? What do you think is before birth? And there's your answer. We're always wondering, what will happen to us after death? Well, have you ever thought the question, what happened to you before birth? All right. I'd like to read a poem to you from the great Sufi mystic Rumi. So make your heart nice and roomy to hear some beautiful poetry. He was a Sufi mystic. You might not have heard of Sufism before. It's the mystical branch of Islam. Every tradition has its mystical arts. Like in Christianity, there's Christian mysticism. In Judaism, there's Kabbalistic Judaism. In Hinduism, there's Tantra. In Islam, it's called Sufism. So this was a Sufi mystic from the years 1207 to 1273. Let's read a poem of his. This one's called That Which Has No Clue. I can relate with this already. At the last you vanished, gone to the unseen. Strange the path you took out of this world. Strange how your beating wings demolished the cage, and you flew away to the world of the soul. You were some old woman's favorite falcon, but you heard the falcon drum. You escaped to the placeless. You were a drunken nightingale among owls, but when the scent of the rose garden reached you, you were gone. The bitter wine you drank with us left its headache, but at last you entered a timeless tavern. Like an arrow you went straight for the target of bliss, straight to the mark like an arrow from a bow. Like a ghoul the world tried to deceive you with its false clues, but you refused those ones and went straight to that which had no clue. Now that you are the sun, what good is a crown? And how do you tie your belt, now that you vanished from the middle? Heart, what a rare bird you are, that in your yearning for heaven's attention, you flew to the spear point like a shield. The rose flees autumn, but what a foolhardy rose you are, seeking the autumn wind. You were rain from another world, that fell on this dusty earth. You ran in all directions and escaped down the gutter. Be silent. Be free of the pain of speech. Don't sleep, since you took refuge with so loving a friend. Jazz snaps, jazz snaps. That was That Which Has No Clue from Rumi. Thank you for listening. I like that one a lot. That was very good. More. Shares Annika's world. You love Rumi. I'm happy you love Rumi. Thank you, Gule, for another pair of roses. Hare Krishna. And Suz, namaste. Thank you for your heart me, your team bracelet, and a subscription. I'm so grateful to have you here. You are a source of such wonder, both in the Sangha and in our life as a whole. Thank you. Namaste. Can I read to you all again? Asks Annika. We can read from something different. Thank you, Susan, for your fire and hand hearts. Some hand hearts for you. Radhe Radhe. Thank you for being here, Jai. Namaste. At Annika's world, thank you for your baker's dozen worth of roses. Jai Shri Krishna. Why don't we read from my red book? I haven't read from this in a while. What is the red book? Well, the red book is the book where I try to figure everything out. You might wonder, what is the purpose of the book? Well, that's the first thing I've written. What is the purpose of this book? The purpose of this book is to figure things out. What do I mean by figure things out? I mean get to the essence of something conclusively, practically, and directly. How do I get to the essence? By careful and deliberate deconstruction. What main technique will be employed? Repeated attempts at asking and answering simple questions. What is the effectiveness of this technique? Through repeated questioning, we continue to seek the root cause. Answers, though subjective, give us new vantage points to explore. And what is the importance of simplicity, so that the directive is maintained? That's the purpose of this book. Okay. So this is a book where I just write a question that fits in one line, and then I just give a one-line answer. And then I ask a question about that answer, and I keep doing that until something happens, until I figure things out, I guess. The question that starts off this whole book is, what is an atheist? An atheist is someone who actively rejects the idea of God. Why? Because what they have been given as a narrative does not align with their lived experience. What are 3 examples? If God is capable of preventing suffering, which is the moral thing to do, why doesn't he? If God listens to all prayers, why hasn't he answered mine? If God is everywhere, why doesn't he reveal himself? What is the common theme between these 3 examples? Perceived absence of God, where one is taught to find presence. What is the remedy? To understand God in terms of absence rather than presence. We've all heard of God's presence, but what is God's absence? The potential for good. Why is there a potential for good? To give us the opportunity to help. Why? For our own benefit. Why does it benefit us to be of help? To give us purpose. Why is it purposeful to be helpful? Because we are serving a higher good. What is a higher good? Something you believe to be greater than yourself. Why is it important to believe in something greater than yourself? To give others a chance to teach us something. Why? So that we grow. Why be growing? It makes the moment meaningful. How does growing make the moment meaningful if that implies we are lacking something? Because it also entails that we are in the process of gaining something. Why do we feel that the process is secondary to the outcome? Because the outcome is what we're working towards. Why does what we're working towards hold more value than the process? Because it is what guides the process. If the purpose of the goal is to direct the process and the purpose of the process is to reach the goal, then what is the result of this whole feedback loop? To iteratively refine our abilities. Why? So that we become closer to realizing our full potential. Why do we have to realize our full potential? So that we have something to move towards. Why should we always be moving towards something? To be dynamic. What is appealing about being dynamic? It is productive. What is the necessity of productivity? There is so much to be done. Why does it need to be done? to fulfill our potential. Why does our potential need to be fulfilled? To give purpose to that potential. Why give purpose to that potential? So that we discover beautiful things. How shall we do so with humility? By recognizing the potential to have been in it all along. Then what is our role in unfolding that potential? To be the witness of it. Why does beauty need a witness? Because its purpose is to be seen. What is the benefit in experiencing beauty? So that we feel whole. Why does experiencing beauty complete us? Because we feel the relief of there being nothing needed to be added. Why is perfection relieving? To rest from our duties of perfecting. Why is perfection exhausting? Because it is endless. If true perfection is unattainable, how is it that we are occasionally satisfied by some experiences? We are momentarily able to perceive the infinite through the limit of the expression. How is a finite expression able to mimic the infinite? By converging arbitrarily close. How do we become more sensitive to that infinite? By being witness to that potential. When is it our place to bring out the potential we see? In consent. When do we have consent? When we are trusted with their vulnerability. How do we gain that trust? Through acceptance. What are we accepting of? Their present form. Why is acceptance a necessary part of growth? To accept how you need to grow. What is the importance of humility? To give ourselves room for learning. Why must we continue to learn? So that we partake in the continual process of understanding. Why is understanding a process which continues? Because what there is to understand is always changing. If the absolute reality is always the same, why is there a need to understand what changes? Because the way in which we come to understand the absolute reality is always changing. For what purpose? To see one truth from many sides. Why? To appreciate each unique way in which we come to see the source. Why should we appreciate the source in many ways? To experience the infinite. What is the infinite? That which can only be known in part. What does it mean to know? To behold, to witness. How is it that there is so much more to behold than what we can witness? So that we may witness infinity unfolding. Why does infinity unfold? To express itself dynamically. What is judgment? To make a claim about something. What happens? We suspend our curiosity. Why? We believe to already know. how it will unfold. What is the perceived danger in remaining open to that which we have judged? That we may become hurt. How? By remaining vulnerable. How does judgment protect us? By initiating our defensiveness. And we can continue asking and answering questions until the cows come home. But that is all I have written in that book. But thank you, Susan, for the flowers you sent a few minutes ago. Hare Krishna. And Beach, thank you for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. And Gole, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Annika's World, thank you for your quartet of W's. Jai Sita Ram. Sounds like you and Ein might have gotten off on the wrong foot, Marek. There is no pressure for Ein to respond. Don't worry. Perhaps something in this live stream has brought up some difficult emotions for some people. And it's okay. I hope I can accommodate those feelings. How are you feeling, Marek? If you're comfortable sharing, of course. And you had asked, have I ever thought about publishing my book? I'm not sure there's anything to publish, really. For many reasons. For one, it's only a few pages. And two, it's not really for others. It was a personal inquiry. Marek, from what I read, it sounds like there was something that might have brought up some feelings, but I'm wondering what those feelings are rather than the cause. Busy Bee, you share that you have social anxiety and low self-esteem. How do you get through this and start public speaking? Social anxiety, self-esteem, and public speaking. These are certainly conflicting aspects of the mind. How can we sort them out indeed? Low self-esteem is something we've dragged in from the outside. If you truly knew who you were, there'd be no part of you which is missing. You'd know that you are whole and complete. Sometimes we might feel like we're born into this world missing something. It's the world that is missing things. The world that puts expectations, pressure on us. You don't have to fulfill any of those expectations to be the best version of yourself. You are whole in your own right. And having a spiritual practice can help take you there. Having humility is a different thing, though. We can recognize our faults and the ways in which we can improve. But that doesn't mean we have to suffer for it. We should be confident in the world, but humble in spirit. In the world, it's good to have a sense of confidence, bravery. In spirit, it's good to have instead a sense that we do not know. It's good to have a feeling that there's always something more we could do, and that keeps us looking up. When it comes to other people's thoughts about us, there's 4 versions of ourselves. There's how we really are, how we think we really are, how others think we really are, and how we think others think we really are. And it's that 4th one that gets us into a lot of trouble. Someone might have a particular version of you in your mind that you know is limited compared to what you're fully capable of. But we also do the very same thing by having a version of ourself in the mind of a version of someone else in our mind. That we have a version of them in our mind, thinking about a version of ourselves in their mind and our mind. I guess if you got lost with that, I don't blame you. But point being, you never really know who you are, even if you think you know who you are. Others never really know who you are, even if they think they know who you are. And you never know how others think you really are, even if you think that you know how others think you really are. It's messy, indeed. But we can let go of all of those things, except for how we really are. You are a divine mirror. And what you see in the world is what you see in yourself. If you continue to look for confidence without comparison, if you aspire to that level, all the good that people do around you, you look up to that, and you see how achievable it is for them, and therefore how achievable it is for you too. Then we begin to take on these qualities as well. Now, public speaking, that's a beautiful ambition, and your voice absolutely deserves to be heard. Now, do you have a good private speaking voice? Because that's a precursor. Are you able to have a conversation with yourself? Can you sit at the edge of your bed or look in the mirror and just speak what's on your heart and listen to your own words? If it can come naturally to you while alone, then that means it's not dependent on anyone else. When there's no other body around you besides your own self, and you're able to speak, you're able to express yourself authentically. Then that proves that it's not about who's listening, Because even when no one is there, you are still able to share what's on your heart. And I love that, Kelsey. When we conversate with ourselves, we conversate with the universe. Thank you, Tattvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Jai Satchitanandam. Bartender, you share that. You can talk to yourself, but the authority is the problem. People come in and then the voice changes. Well, it doesn't have to. Why? Because what you're sharing is about what you have to share, not about what they have to listen to. It's out of our control whether they receive what we have to share. But it's not about what there is to receive. It's about what there is to share. And you give without expectation of return. And you know that you are not defined by how they receive it. No matter what anyone else thinks of you, your future is not determined by their definition of you. It's how we define ourselves. And it's how we break past those definitions. Your experience of life is true to you. And your ability to express it is unique to you. If someone else can't appreciate it in the same way you do, that's okay. It doesn't reflect poorly on you. Bartender, you share, you find purpose in helping. That's why it's tough, you think. If they don't receive it as helpful, that's still tough. That is tough, definitely. But help has no expectation of helping. That's the secret paradox of help. To really help is to do so without feeling like you're the one helping. And if help is there, we become witness to it, as it is a natural unfolding within them. Like there's no such thing as healers. Healing happens, but it happens within the person, not the one that is witness to it. What we call as a healer is really someone that becomes witness to healing, that in their presence the universe arranged healing to appear to them. And that's a blessing the universe gives them. Likewise, a helper really refers to someone whom the universe I'm forgetting the word. Arrange. The universe arranges in such a way that help occurs in their presence. But it is the work of the universe, not the work of a person. All a person can do is limit the infinite, or have their ego step aside and let the infinite pour through. But the moment we identify with that infinite and the ego blocks that and all of our words start stuttering and we stumble on our way. To find that flow means to not identify with the flow, that whatever good you are doing does not come from you, but from your higher self, the source beyond our limited self. And that way, humility means that we don't take credit for the good that comes in our way, but we do take accountability for the harm that comes in our way. And thank you, Busy Bee, for your 9 roses. Hare Krishna. And Paul Grundy, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, JV, for another finger heart. And Gule, thank you for your cloud bread. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Busy Bee, thank you for your heart meat too. Maybe we are using different words, bartender. Whatever makes sense to you. That's the way in which I mean it. I can always rephrase it. Uru. You share, you just want to help, but you need to feel that you don't help. You are confused now, and your confusion is confused. We all want to be part of this world. Part of the many moving pieces that come together to form a whole. And we do help, but it doesn't come from our lower self. It comes from our higher self. We become witness to the help that's capable through this body, this mind. I don't know if I'm making sense. Do you all understand me? I'm sorry if my words aren't getting across this point that well. What I'm trying to say is that there are various levels of our being, and the highest potential is a part of our ultimate being, the same being that you and I are a part of, that universal consciousness, that is the source of all good, of all goodness, and that help is delivered through our body, our mind. It's like given to us. It's like we are a post person here to deliver that help. We are given the ability to help, but that ability comes from whatever your word is for the ultimate, for the universe, for source, divinity, spirit. That there's a kind of background level of reality. And because we are expressions of that, then that means we get to partake in the assistance, in the help, and in the giving of love, in the service. But we can't take pride in that. We have to be humble with it. Otherwise it gets to our ego and we feel like we are so good. And when we are humble with this, then we can do even more help. We can do even more good because we don't let our ego get in the way of that, and we can just flourish in the expression of that source. Like when we're speaking to someone's heart, we just let it flow. You just enter that state where you don't even know where it's coming from, but it's beautiful, and it's almost like you are becoming witness to the flow of words that's coming through you. Therefore, there's no pressure to say anything right, and we can always find new combinations of words to express something that we might have said wrong. Yeah. So I hope in some way this answers your original question about public speaking. And if any way what I said seemed to invalidate your experience, that's something I take accountability for. I certainly value your experience And maybe we use different words, but it's okay. Because the words are secondary to the meaning that's delivered. And we can always find different words. And I thank you all for your patience in me when I do strive for different words. And thank you, Gully, for another cloud bread you sent a few minutes ago. Hare Krishna. And Jani, thank you for your quartet of ice creams. Radhe Radhe. And Levi, thank you for your rose. You can relate with that, Uru. Similar in feeling when you are helping. I'm happy to relate with you in that. Now, dear Sophia, you're wondering, how and why did I start doing these lives? I think I did my first live a few years ago. And then I was really inconsistent, and I'd have many days or weeks or months between doing a single one at all, and I'd only go for maybe an hour and a half. But now I do them every day for, many, many hours. And I love doing them because to me it's the most effective way of being there for others. Because, thousands of different people come through these, and I get to hear people's different experiences on life, and it makes me happy to be there for them in whatever capacity I can, and I learn so much from you. Hello, Chris. Good evening. Good to see you too, Austin. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Lala. But, as we were saying, if help occurred, it was a potential that was already inside you, and you will only allow me the opportunity to witness the unfolding of that. And for that, I am grateful. So thank you. But I can never take credit for the help I give you. Because if you resonate with anything I say, we are merely two branches on the same tree, and we come from the same place. I might be able to point you to something that we both have experienced, but because it's in both of our experiences, then that truth is within you. And the effort that you apply to listen, to make use of any suggestions shared, also is something that happens within you. I could say I'm proud of you, but even that would be taking some ownership. I am only happy to be here with you. And thank you, Crossfires. I do grow a lot with you. The lightning path. I like that, Sonia. You are all a wonderful audience. Fellow students of life. Oh, your dogs are up. Oh, good morning to your wonderful doggies. Thank you for sharing your blessings, Lala. I hope to be a prism in which I get to refract all the blessings back to you. Uru, you shared, now you want to go help everybody. You will ask all the people if they need help. Aww. I love that. Help, being of help, is a blessing that we receive. And sometimes allowing others to help us is a gift we lend others. I like that, Kelsey. Made you think of the quote from Ram Dass. Earth is a school. Take the curriculum. Aww. I'm happy there's so much love between your puppies, Lala. Candle, you share that you picture me living in a van, traveling and spreading love. Well, I would certainly love to travel the world and spread love. I gotta be honest with you, I can't drive. And I don't expect to get my driver's license anytime soon. But perhaps one day I'll be a monk, going from place to place, sharing what little I know, doing my best to be of service to the world. Good night, dear Priscilla. It's nice to see you here. Chris, you shared that you read my facts page. And why do I go by Yamsox? Is there a story to it? Well, not any kind of profound one. That's what you're asking for. My name, Yam, comes from my name. Liam. You just add an L to it, and it becomes my given name, the name that my mom gave me. Liam. You just take off the L and you get Yam. So it's my nickname, an abbreviation you could say, from my name. And then Yam was taken on TikTok, so I thought another 3 letters that sound nice. What could they be? How about SOX? Yamsox. I like that. Just sounded nice to me. No deeper meaning behind that. And it stuck. MJ, you're wondering, is public transportation good where I live? Well, I have it. I have public transportation here. Depends on your definition of good. It's good enough for me. How about that? Sure, it takes longer to bus than it is to drive, and taking a cab is more expensive. But I don't really have places to go. When I need to go outside, I enjoy my backyard here. I walk down to the water, or I ask my mom if she wants to go on a walk somewhere. Sometimes I go into town to buy things, but I don't need to because I have a grocery store that's in walking distance and a pharmacy. I'm able to get to everywhere I need to go, so it's enough for me. I rock your socks, shares Banjo Farts. There, that's a good reverse etymology for it. I like that. Lauren, you're wondering if I am California. I'm on the same coastline, but much more north. Past Washington, past whatever other state is between Washington and California. I always forget. Oregon? And on Vancouver Island, part of Canada. Kelsey, you share that in America, you can order a stranger online for a ride. Yes. I'm well aware we have those here too. I never think about using them though. Oregon. Good. My geography is as well. It is true, Uru. There are a lot of open-minded people where I live. But wherever you go, there's always someone that's open-minded and someone that's closed-minded. You can't escape either. Hello, Ams. My evening has been well so far. Thank you for asking. And thank you, Willie D, for your best team. Hare Krishna. Kelsey, you're close-ish to California. I'm trying to think. What is close to California? Is it Arizona? I don't know. That's my guess. Mexico. More eastern. Or more southern, I should say. That's true. I was thinking of states, though. Marcy, you share that nobody understands your love for gummies. I understand your love for gummies, Marcy. It's just the most immaculate texture. Just the way it sticks to your teeth, and there's that satisfying disconnection of the stickiness from your teeth every time you bite, and how it dissolves into a kind of sweetness that leaves our mouth with nice taste. So squishy. Nevada, shares Jeff. And Irie, Mama, you share that you're from California, and you have Oregon to the north, and also Nevada to the east. Gotcha. Thank you for teaching me some geography. And you don't really crave for sweets. That's hard to believe. You know, our primate, our fellow species that have the most recent nearest common ancestor, like monkeys and orangutans and apes. What do they love, huh? They love bananas. They love fruit. They love picking berries. Did you know? Besides carnivore, herbivore, and omnivore, humans are closest to a frugivore. We have the teeth of a frugivore. What's a frugivore? A fruit-eating species. We love our fruit. We love our apples and our pears and our pineapples and our oranges and our watermelons and our blueberries, blackberries. We love our raspberries. We love our strawberries. We love our mangoes. Cherries. Oh, it's a good fruit, Sakura. Willie D, you love pineapple even though it tries to eat you back. Isn't that funny? Mango. What's my favorite fruit? Asked Rahina. Whatever one I'm currently eating. When I bite into an apple, I think about how crisp it is. I think about how much of the nutrient density is concentrated in the skin. I think about how beautifully symmetric an apple is if you cut it cross-section, making a 5-pointed star. When I peel an orange, I think about how satisfying it is to peel an orange. And I like breaking apart the individual slices and eating them. I love how juicy they are and how an orange is so symmetric. I love kiwis. Whenever I eat in kiwi, I always make sure to eat the skin too, and it freaks everyone else out because they've never tried that. Then I realize, besides the texture, the taste is actually pretty good. Do recommend it. Whatever I'm eating, that's my favorite. You love yellow mangoes, Rahina. And you don't like the texture of oranges, but you like the flavor. That makes sense. Kelsey, you cut cabbage yesterday and recognized the Fibonacci sequence within it. That's beautiful. The golden spiral. Now thank you, Randy Marsh, for your pair of roses you sent just a minute ago. Om Krim Kalikae Namaha. And Roxy, thank you for your heart me and Tiny Tiny. Yippee! Willie D, you share that people need to stop sleeping on beets. Oh, I love a good beet. Yeah. One of my favorite salads when I used to work at a deli was the beet salads. Marcy doesn't like mandarin oranges, but you like a regular navel orange, though. There is such a variety in fruits. That's what draws me about them. Draws me to them. That if you don't like this kind of apple, that's okay. There's so many different other kinds of apples that have different shapes and textures and flavors. Same with oranges. Do I like pickled beets? Asks Marcia. That sounds very delicious. I don't know if I can remember eating a pickled beet, but I feel like I can imagine it pretty well. I think I would like that. I'm always down for trying new things. Fruit and tahini, shares Marcy. I forget. What is tahini? I forget. Hairspray Betty, you like beet, apple, carrot juice? Yum. Oh, carrot juice is one of my favorites. It's a Mexican spice, tahini. Oh. I don't even know if I have had tahini. Probably, but I don't recall what particular spice it represented. Grape juice supremacy, shares Marcy. Grape juice is pretty good. I like me a good cranberry grape juice hybrid too. Stop saying tahini. 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 It's what the Jawas say in Star Wars. Tahini. No, it's Udini. Oh, it's tahin. Tahini is different. Well, Marcy said tahini, so I'm just going off of that. But maybe it was a spelling mistake. We're talking about different things. Tahini is like hummus. Oh, I like tahini. You didn't? Or was it an exclamation mark? I'm scrolling up now. We gotta check. You said tahini, Marcy. There's an I at the end. This conversation of food is funny. Well, it ain't what you meant. That's okay. Now, good night, dear MJ. May you have a wonderful sleep. And hello, Dream Catchin. Fruit and tahini. Someone's got to try it. How am I doing, Dreamcatcher? And I am well. Thank you for asking. How are you? And thank you, MJ, for your 10 roses. Hare Krishna. Hairspray Betty, you ask, how do yams communicate with each other? They use Vine messaging. I don't get it. Is it like off the grapevine? Is it a reference to the grapevine? Or the old social media platform Vine? Rest in peace. I'm sorry, I don't get it. I always feel bad when I don't get jokes, because I imagine they're pretty funny. You are excellent, Dreamcatch, and I'm happy to hear that. Thank you, JV, for your finger heart. Radhe Radhe. G to Infinity, you clarify that tahini is sesame seed paste. Oh, that sounds good. And the other is a key ingredient in hummus. That also sounds good. Can we mix them together? Can we have tahini hummus? Tahini is a yummy spice of dried lime. That sounds good. I think we're all hungry. Or maybe I am. Kelsey, you shared that you laughed at a joke yesterday, but it also went over your head. So it's okay. Sometimes we just trust that it's funny, you know? That it just sounds like it would be funny. Good night, Robbie. Your garden needs you. Hello, Marcia. You're wondering, what was my day like? What did I have for lunch? I had you all for lunch. Because you're just delectable. Num 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 num. Alright, anyway. I didn't have anything. I had a glass of milk for breakfast. I had a glass of milk with ginger in it. And that gets me to about 10 p.m. 10 p.m. I really have my first meal. But when I wake up, it's just a glass of milk with ginger. And I put some vitamin D drops in it. And I have my vitamins. I like to spend most of my day on an empty stomach because it keeps me light and alert. And I eat before I go to bed. It's true, Marcy, vines are an above ground root, but actually vines grow from the roots, the tubers of yams. It's something that I discovered with my mother accidentally, is that she had planted some decorative vines in the pots on either side of the driveway. And then while she was digging them up for the change of the season, she discovered that the pots were filled with yams. She thought it was just a decorative vine, but actually it was a bunch of yams. And I ate them. I ate all of them. They were delicious. They were my meal every few nights for about a month. An accidental yam. I did just chew on you all. But just love nips. You know, like when a cat very softly munches on your arm or your finger. It's nothing weird. It's just just a show of love, isn't it? A love bite. Yeah, well said, brave Bella. Kelsey, you posted your cabbage, and he said, I thought it was Iceberg. as an actual iceberg. Well, iceberg is a kind of lettuce. Iceberg is, no, it's also a kind of cabbage, isn't it? Iceberg cabbage? Or is it just lettuce? I don't know. In the deli that I used to work, we used iceberg lettuce. That's for sure. And if you cut into an iceberg lettuce, any lettuce really, you find the same designs inside. We was nibbled, shares banjo farts. Such a funny sentence. We was nibbled. I just feel a gnome say that. That's funny though, Kelsey. You all are so funny. Butter lettuce is king, shares Willie D. I love butter lettuce too. Nothing makes for a better topping on a burger than butter lettuce. I'm a big burger boy myself. When I used to be really anxious and I'd never have an appetite for food, I'd figure out if I actually was hungry by asking myself a question. And that question was, could I eat a burger right now? And if the answer was yes, then I was hungry. So I figured out if I was hungry through if I could eat a burger or not. Because whenever I'm hungry, I could eat a burger. I just love a good burger. If it works, it works. I like our discussion of food. Yes, I think you all made me hungry, which makes sense since it's been a long time since I've eaten anything. But it's quite alright. I am nourished by all the love in the chat. That could keep me going for a long time. Sarah, you share your appetites are so similar. I'm happy to relate with you in that. G to Infinity, you're wondering what kind of burger patty. I love various kinds of veggie patties. Chickpea burgers, mushroom burgers. I've discovered something funny about my love for meat. Because for most of my life, I very much loved meat. But then I discovered that I actually just love the way you prepare meat. The way you fry it, or the way you, normally it's fried, or barbecue it. All the spices that you add, the juice of it that comes out. I've discovered if you prepare pretty much anything that has a similar texture in that way, it hits the same spot for me. Like black beans really do, yeah. If you prepare a nice black bean burger, I love that. Hello, Ember. Welcome. You've come into our discussion on food. You love mushroom burgers too. Magic Katsu, you love tofu. I like tofu too. Yes, cooking is an art. I agree, Kelsey. Thank you, Willie D. You know, I was expecting some transition away from food by now, but I think we're all satisfied with just talking about food. It's funny. It's a very wholesome conversation. Food is important. How we nourish our body. Did I scooter today? Asks Marcia. I did not scooter today. G to infinity, you share. The more we discuss food, the viewer count goes up. Food is the universal religion, isn't it? It brings everyone together. No matter what the celebration is, it's not a celebration without food. You know, if someone invited you to a birthday party or a wedding or an anniversary or a graduation party and there wasn't food, you'd probably think twice about showing up, wouldn't you? I came here for my tummy to be happy as well as my brain. Welcome, Sydney Muddy. You share that you love this space so much and you don't talk often, but it brings so many of your night's peace being here. I'm always happy to have you here, and I'm really happy with the community we have. Marcy, you're wondering, have I ever tried the rinsed flour chicken substitute? I don't think I have. No. It's funny. Meat is really expensive, but meat substitute is even more expensive. How does that even make sense? How does it somehow cost more money to simulate meat? You'd think it would be cheaper. To be fair, just eating a dish that is vegetarian, that is not trying to be meat, is cheaper than meat, though. It takes much more science, shares Willie D. Well, I think it does make sense that there's such a barrage of chemical interactions that happen within an animal that converts all of that which it eats into meat. For scientists to go through this process manually takes a lot of work. Definitely. Marcia, you share that we celebrate with food. We feed a broken heart. We all have the need of food in common. This is true. G to infinity, you share. You do love to cook and bake, and your friends love when you cook and bake. Aww. Symbiosis. Crossfires, you're wondering, which generation am I considered? X, Y, Z, or Alpha? Well, probably not X. Probably not Y. I would say Z is my age group. My younger sister would be Alpha and my parents would be X. But I feel like I am beyond any generation because I feel a kind of communion with people younger than me and older than me, such is why I have so much fun with all of you who span all of the age groups. We have people here from all different places, all different times. We have a good breadth and depth of space and time. Now, which is my favorite? I don't have a favorite age group because age is something that applies to the body. But the consciousness which we all exist through, that is eternal, ageless. My favorite time is the time before time. My favorite moment is this moment. And I love that, Gabe. Age doesn't matter. Exposure to experiences is what gives time value. You certainly are a thinker. Thank you, Chase, for your pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! Alright, go and take care of your nutrition, INCB. Thank you for being here and expressing yourself. You are important to me. Just as it's important to take care of our physical nutrition, it's also important to take care of our mental nutrition. What we feed our mind is just as important, if not more important. What are we letting in up here? What are we letting in through our ears and our eyes? Just as we let in what comes from our mouth. We should have healthy mind food too. Everything that we listen to, everything that we see feeds our mind. It's important to have healthy sources of mental nutrition too. Good things to see, good things to hear. And Kelsey Ann, you share that your toddler has your phone and is saying, hello. She thinks it's FaceTime. Hello. She said, I am magical. Well, that's the biggest compliment when a child says you're magical. It must be true. So I believe you. Sometimes it's hard for me to believe that I'm magical. But when such a magical being says it, then I have to listen to you. Brave Bella, you share. You should probably stop watching so many horror movies. Well, if they have good endings, if the endings make you feel empowered, make you feel like your mind is growing and learning, that you're inspired by how courageous the people are, how brave the people are, how much people can go through but still survive, that's all right. It's where our attention goes within anything. People can watch lovey-dovey movies full of positivity, but their mind sticks to all the negative aspects of that movie, and still they feed their mind with junk food. We bring our mind to the good, the potential. We bring our mind to what is possible. We bring in our mind to what we are capable of achieving. That is good food. That'll make for a very successful, healthy, and happy mind. Just as our physical health depends greatly on the food we give it, our mental health depends greatly on the food we give it. One of the best things you can do if you want to become healthier physically is to become healthier in your diet. So too, one of the best things you can do if you want to become healthier mentally is to become healthier in your mental diet. Give your mind lots of exercise too, just as you give your body exercise. Some of you give your minds too much exercise. You let them run and run and run and run and run, and that's not healthy. You need to let your mind rest too, just as you need to give your physical body rest. Hello, Tags. And Ryusha, you've been working on better mental and physical nutrition and exercise. It's hard, but worth it. Everything good requires effort. We can wait for it to come our way, but we're really waiting for the right time to put in the effort more than anything. Success always lies upstream. So be like that fishy. Swim against the current, and you will succeed. Thank you, Banjo Farts, for your 5 roses. Om Shrim Mahalakshmaya Namaha. And thank you, Kent and Lisa, for your hand hearts. There's some for you too. Tattvamasi, you ask, is experience the input or the perception? Explanation? Oh, this is a subtle question. You always bring out the tricky ones, don't you? That's what I like about you. Most of us are living dependent on our experience. We use our experience to determine things like our happiness, our beliefs, our emotions, our thoughts. We let our experience determine how we are on the inside. Much of the spiritual path is to complement this, where we let what's on the inside be the input to what's on the outside. Think about it like this. Inside, input. Outside, output. Just depends where you put your side. On what side do you put your sense of self? Inward or outward? Or Squidward? Or backward or forward? There's a lot of wards. I'd like to know what ward means. Never really thought about that. Okay, enough word games. Yes. Our external experience can provide us with opportunities. Then we give back by taking advantage of those opportunities based on the unique inclinations we have from the inside. And from what's on the inside, we go out searching for different things on the outside. So there is a give and take we have from the inside to the outside. The world provides us absences, and we provide the presence. Because the world is full of mistakes. It's full of problems. But we are full of solutions. We are full of resolutions. We receive problems and give our best. We receive challenges and return with our motivation. Now, Willie D, you ask, what do I think the singularity will be like? Let's include everyone. Singularity refers to the zeroth dimension. In 3D space, we have 3 axes which we can move on. Left or right. And no amount of left or right can get you forward or backward. So that's something different. And no amount of forward or backward or left or right can get you upward. So that's something different. But any combination of left or right, forward and backward, and up and down can get you anywhere in this universe. So a universe can be uniquely described by 3 dimensions. Take away one dimension, you just have something like a sheet of paper. A sheet of paper only has 2 independent directions, left or right or up or down, or different combinations making up the diagonals. Take away one dimension, you're just left with a line. In a line, you can either go left or right. That's it. Very boring. Take away one dimension, what do you have left? You have nothing but a point in which there's nowhere to go. There's no left or right or up and down or forward and backwards. That's the singularity, the zero-dimensional point. And it's said that at the center of every black hole there is a singularity, and at the beginning of each universe is a singularity. Somehow, from 0 dimensions, everything comes. And sometimes everything comes and back into a singularity, like in a black hole. What if we are thinking about singularities in the wrong way? The way I have described it, it may sound like a singularity is something really small, something infinitesimally small. It has no width, it has no depth, it has no height. But that's only in comparison to a space around it. True 0 dimensions means there is no space around it, there's nothing to compare. So it's not infinitesimal, it's infinite. Right now, scientists talk about the universe in terms of expansion. We do this because the distances between any two galaxies are on average increasing, so it's as if the universe is expanding. But we could just as equivalently say that the distances are getting bigger because the units are getting smaller. Actually, it's entirely equivalent, just depends on your reference frame, that the universe is always the same size, but everything in it starts to shrink, and so it gives the impression of distances getting bigger, because the way we measure distance also shrinks with everything, but not the space itself. From that point of view, you could say that the singularity doesn't expand into a universe. It contracts inside of itself, and thus there's only evolution happening within. All of this train of thought is to get to this point, literally, that we are inside the singularity, and not what has come from out of it. We are looking at the inner walls of this infinite point. I don't know. Just depends on your perspective. Oh, Garrett, you beat me to the punch. You beat me to the point. We are in the singularity right now. Now, Mischief, you ask a very important question. How can one stay more present in high-pressure city environments? Easy in nature. It can be more challenging, but that challenge can actually serve as inspiration. It is easy when there's no pressure, but sometimes peacefulness performs well under pressure. Right now, you live in a place in which peacefulness has the biggest consequence in the positive direction. You live in a place where it becomes so much more important to be peaceful, to be at ease. Therefore, in some way, your environment inspires even more of it from you, but it may come with expectations. If we can navigate these expectations, you can actually allow yourself to not be peaceful, and yet have that help you become peaceful. That's one of the weirdest paradoxes of the path to peace, is that we're so attached to being peaceful that we become unpeaceful because of our expectations for ourselves to be peaceful. You know, it's like you beat yourself up because I should be happier. I should be more content with life. But all this shoulds and should nots take us away from how we are. You can allow yourself to be a bit of a mess right now. You can allow yourself to have conflicting feelings. You can allow yourself to struggle with your peace. And ironically, that's one of the most beautiful steps you can take in the direction of peace. Now, Gabe Thinker, you ask, what do I think? Consciousness manifests from matter, atoms which come from the birth of the universe. What you're describing is the outside-in approach to consciousness. That from the source arises the universe, and that the universe is the first expression of the source. From the universe, atoms arise, molecules, chains of molecules, organelles, cells, organisms, ecosystems, planets, solar systems, galaxies, etc. And from these bodies arise senses. From senses arise mind. From mind arises consciousness. That's the outside-in approach. That's the scientific approach, because we put precedent in the objective world as being first. The spiritual perspective is an inversion of this. We say that this entire hierarchy takes place upside down, that actually consciousness is the source. Before, everything was nothing but consciousness. From consciousness arose the mind. From the mind arose the senses. From the senses arose the body. And from the body we project the world. It's not in disagreement with any part and any relative component, because it's the same structure, just seen from the inside out rather than the outside in. That from the perspective of consciousness, our subjective reality is what is first and foremost. And the universe is the most external representation of that primordial consciousness. So from one perspective, we have the outside in, but we are what is on the inside, looking out. So it befits us on the spiritual path to look from the inside out. Now, interestingly, in Advaita Vedanta, and the non-dual philosophical tradition stemming from the study of the Vedas, exactly, I'm saying the universe is a property of consciousness. Isn't that fun? Because consciousness by itself has no property, and that's what makes it the source. Because only from a kind of spaciousness would we have room to experience a somethingness. So consciousness being the very absence from which life becomes filled in, its lack of qualities or properties is what makes room, what makes the relative measure for all of the qualities and properties we experience in the universe. In Advaita Vedanta, this is called Nirguna Brahman. Now, Brahman, the source, is in its fundamental nature Nirguna, without quality. And from Nirguna Brahman, Saguna Brahman arose. That is the universe of forms, of qualities, of properties. And that's very good, Gabe. A natural consequence of this means that there is only one consciousness. Oh, I think you are speedrunning Vedanta. You are quick. Now, thank you, Jeannie, for your heart me that you sent just a moment ago. Hare Krishna. And Stephanie, thank you for your rose too. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Mischief, for your beautiful flowers. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Thank you, Gina, for your community fest. Jai Sita Rama. And Chase, thank you for your pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! Simo, you share that you are so overwhelmed by life right now, and you're scared you're not going to make it. You will make it, my friend. I know this because you have an unconquerable spirit. Circumstances in life may be difficult, but I do not believe that the universe deals out anything that we cannot manage. It may take a lot of support. It may take all the help we can get. And I'm happy to be a part of that. Simo, if I'm pronouncing that. In any way in which I can help, please let me know. I know that no matter what you are going through, there is another side to that. And hello, dear Nick. Maybe you came on to the live during a time where your first impression of me was something that reminded you of something else. But I don't know if we've met before. Welcome. How are you feeling, my friend? And where are you from? I'd love to know. Speaking of which, Gabe, you were wondering, where am I from? Just curious what culture I absorbed this knowledge from. Well, I grew up in Canada. I still live in Canada. However, I have had a deep appreciation for many cultures, like my grandparents are primarily Irish. I love learning about Irish. They're a wonderful bunch. The internet is so connected now that I find, wherever you go online, there's someone from another place in the world sharing a piece of them. One of the cultures that I'm really drawn to is the culture around Bharat, which is the name for the Indian subcontinent. In Bharat, there's a beautiful culture of spiritual introspection, and from where many deeply practical spiritual traditions such as Hinduism, Sikhism, Jainism, Buddhism have arisen, and I really love the culture that surrounds those traditions. They make a lot of intuitive sense to me. I'm always happy to learn more about different people's cultures. Nick, you're from Portland. How nice. Didn't we have someone else that was from Portland here? I forget. Anyway, I'm happy to have someone from Portland anyway. Kiro Ronov, you're wondering, can I explain again where freedom sets in? I mentioned something about the mind and cells in our body. Yeah. The free will, according to this hierarchy of consciousness and ego, intellect, mind, and body, it stems in our ego. That on the level of consciousness, if you think about consciousness, it's a very vague concept, isn't it? It's just a kind of awareness which illumines our senses. It's the spaciousness in which we feel a subjective experience. How would that be able to control this? Well, according to ancient scripture, like the Bhagavad Gita, there's a beautiful explanation that really resonates with me. Instead of some kind of ethereal interaction between the consciousness and the neurology or anything, there's a very logical answer that the fundamental power of consciousness is that it can concentrate or it can disperse. That when awareness flows, it can pile up at different parts of your experience and be absent from other parts. For example, when you look in someone's eyes, you can almost feel your awareness concentrate on their eye. And then if you're really in love, for example, everything around them begins to dissolve. Some of you might have experienced that in meditation. If you concentrate on some object one-pointedly, everything outside of that object, your awareness withdraws from it and you only see that thing. Or when you're listening to a music, you can narrow out just certain instruments. You can hear the snare, you can hear the drum, you can hear the piano, you can hear the guitar, you can hear the background singers. Even though the whole experience is occurring to us non-dually, we can have our awareness pile up. We can single out different objects. That's the fundamental power of consciousness, and so it is said, where all of our freedom lies. We have the freedom to take our awareness wherever in this moment, or we can disperse it, make it really equal, and just everything has an equal part of our moment. Like when we're watching a movie, our awareness can go towards just the CGI or just the acting or maybe the cinematography or the color grading, or we can look at something deeper like the motivation, the drive within someone. In any moment, our awareness can go to something positive or negative, since naturally our mind has thoughts that are both positive, negative. But anyway, this is called Sangha, the principle of association, that we can associate our awareness in one place or another and dissociate it from different parts. And that is what creates our ego. Our ego is defined by the sum total of associations, wherever we place our awareness. And then our ego, of course, it guides us towards experiences that serve that sense of self generated from that. And then those experiences, they bring rise to kind of knowledge. From that knowledge, we have a faculty that then makes decisions based on that, called the intellect. And then from the intellect, our thoughts become discerned through the knowledge seated in it. And then from our thoughts and our mind, we cultivate a mindset, which then springs our body to engage in whatever our mindset harbors. So the whole chain is determined up to the point of Sangha, of association, where we withdraw and where we put our awareness or our sense of self. Isn't that neat? That's from a 5,000-year-old song called the Bhagavad Gita. That's the essence of the song, that we do have free will, but it's not in the world, it's not in the body, not in our senses, not in our feelings, not in our mind, not in our intellect. It is in our association, our Sangha. Thus, the most important thing we can do for spiritual life is something called Satsanga. True association. Associate with what is true and meaningful and beautiful, and your whole life will be guided towards beauty. The opposite of that is kusanga. That's negative association. If we associate with all that is limited and degrading, then of course our life will be guided in those directions too, but hopefully if we can guide it upwards, continually associating with higher and higher things, we ascend in our spiritual path. And thank you, Rachel K., for your rose just a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Now, we've been live for 3 hours and 44 minutes. Just a time check. I think I'm going to wrap things up within the next half hour or so, just letting you all know. Now, Gabe Thinker, yet another lovely question. What do I think of Taoism? The true Tao can't be spoken, written, etc. Aren't we just describing consciousness? Aren't we just describing nothingness? Aren't we just describing love? Aren't we just describing God? Aren't we just describing... There's so many words, but none of them capture it completely. the way, the truth, the life. The ultimate reality, whatever it is unlimited, which means that we can't possibly use limited terminology such as language in order to convey it. But we can point the way. Like, I can't take you to the moon, but I can point to the moon. As long as you know not to look at the tip of my finger. Don't get lost. I say, this is the moon. You're looking at the tip of my finger like, I don't get it. Did you know that humans are one of the only species besides, I think it's elephants, because they use their trunks, and dogs. These are the only species we know of that understand that when you point at something, we're referring to what's in the direction of what you're pointing to. And not just the tip of your finger. For example, I don't think cats really understand this. If you point at something, you make a big gesture, your cat will just stare at your finger like what? What's there? Is there a treat at the end of your finger? Language can do this too. We can get lost in the words. We go, what? What is it about this word that reveals the truth of everything? Nothing. It's where the word takes you. You have to go off past the word in the direction that it points to. Oh, I love that, Nick, too. The Tao moves, or it loves and nourishes all, but lays no claim over it. It's beautiful. Infants, too, shares Tattvamasi. That's interesting. I guess it's a learned thing. Yeah, I guess being a parent, you can try this for yourself, but yeah. Orla, I'm absolutely spitting. Oh, well, let me clean you up. I don't wish to spit on you. Unless you're into that. No, I'm just kidding. Now, I have a question of the day for you all. Don't worry about that. I would like to begin going through the segments that I like to close this Sangha with. For example, my question of the day. My question of the day today is, when someone appears to be agitated by you, how can we ensure, what can we say to ensure that we mean no harm? Sometimes it happens, We come into someone's presence and they're already agitated, or they come into our presence and just something about us agitates them. We don't really know what it is. It happens. What can we say to ensure that we mean no harm? How can we de-escalate it? Annika's world, you share showing our vulnerability. Yeah. That's a lovely one. And Lala Michelle, you share by staying quiet and empathetic to hear them. Yeah. If they feel threatened, then we make ourselves into the opposite of a threat. Gabe, you throw a joke. That can help sometimes. Yeah. There's a real skill in humor. I'm on your team, shares Nick. I like that. Yeah. Marcia, you shared that at the same time. I'm on your team. I'm not your enemy. I love you. I like that. Sonia, you share. I'm sorry, that was not my intention. And leave, give them space. I like that. Light irritates the darkness. Well, I don't know about saying that one. Although that'd be a pretty badass thing to walk out of the room with. Light irritates the dark. Yeah, that would really irritate me. But giving them space and explaining that it's not your intention, it's beautiful. Something we tell ourselves. Tattvamasi, you share, you would probably make it worse by saying gibberish. Sometimes that happens, and that's okay. JP, you share sharing food or snack or ice cream. I like that. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Including them in something. Lala, you share, I'm here. I understand. Explain it, but I will listen. Charlie, you share, please forgive me. I meant no harm. My intentions are good. Aw. Ward, you share, tell me your troubles and I'll tell you mine. Oh, I love that too, Gabe. An honest smile has always gone a long way in human evolution. Sarah, you share your intention to help. What can I do in this situation? Lala, you explain, they need to be heard. Anger is the most deepest expression of something you can't express. Wow, that's a powerful way of putting that. Yeah. Makes sense to me that anger is a form of frustration that we can't express something in any other way, so we can only convey the intensity upon which we mean it. Give them a piece of cheese, shares Charlie. That would definitely cool me down. Yeah. But if I was lactose intolerant, I might throw back at you. Kelsey, you share. You apologize if there has been a misunderstanding. I may not be communicating in the best manner. Yeah, take accountability for that. I love that. Make it something that we can do. It's beautiful. Dear Mama JJ, you shared that when you get nervous, you can really babble. So you just try to say less and see what they say next. That is smart. Orla, you share, take responsibility honestly. Plan how to amend through action items. I like that. Yeah. Would you provide an example for what might be an action item? I love that pair of words together. I don't know if I've heard them in this way. Giovanna, you share, by being honest and straightforward in a gentle way. Yeah, you guys are really good. Yeah, I would definitely trust you all to handle such a situation. Gabe, you share that you think when a fear is deep, words don't really help, but body language and actions can help more. Yeah, I think you're very right. Yeah. Sometimes it's not what we say, but it's how we say them. And Willie D, you share that you normally just continue what you're trying to express. You mean no harm, so they will soon see the truth. That's something I really love about great speakers, is that they have trust in the message that they're conveying. And if they just keep trying to put it in different words, eventually it'll come across. Oh, Jen, you share you needed these suggestions 20 minutes ago when you were on the phone. Well, this is very applicable for you then, as you can think about how any of these suggestions would have helped, and it will help next time. No time is the last time. We always have an opportunity to express ourselves in a different way. Sonia, you share, offer them fruits and bow. Well, that would definitely silence me. If I was yapping, someone just handed me fruits and bows and walked away, I'd feel very special, actually. Kelsey, you share, side note, you're genuinely learning how to communicate while being respectful to different audiences. That's an honest expression, as well as an answer to the question, incidentally. And Lala Michelle, you share that, truthfully, anger is a protective mechanism. Oh, Megan. Yes, protective mechanisms. Everyone knows a Megan. They're mechanisms, they're just mechanizing. Always engaging in mechanisms. No, I know what you mean, though. I If you don't mind making fun of that. Yeah. Truthfully, anger is a protective mechanism as they self-sabotage. They know the vice. I'm corrupt. You're corrupt? Oh boy, you know, there has been some barriers in expressing some of the words in this sentence. Orla, you give an example of an action item. Next time I'll check in with you before reacting to. I like that. Yeah. Good night, Gabe. Thanks for being here. Sonia, you share that anger comes from fear of something you were told and it made you. You get so involved in the feeling and mistype, you apologize. That's quite alright, Lala. I feel the intention behind your words, and that's what's important. I love how passionate you are. And there's no time pressure to get your words out. Kelsey, you share that sometimes we need to ask, do you want advice in this moment, or do you want me to be an ear? I love that. I just thought of a really goofy skit. It would make a good animation. Do you want advice, or do you want me to be an ear? You want me to be an ear? Okay. And then you just pop into like a giant human ear. That's all you are. And then the other person just freaks out. Ah! And then you go, ow, oh, it's so loud. I can hear you too well. The scream was blowing my eardrum. Anyway. Kelsey, you shared that you found tension in conversations when you assume they want a solution and they actually want an ear. I've experienced that also. Taylor, you share you're nosy. You want to know what happened, so you ask. That's why they call it being nosy, is because you want to know and see for yourself. And ethereal idealist. You share that you imagine behavior modification is the best form of apology. What precise words you have shared. Behavior modification. I like that. Hello, Scarlett. You're wondering, what is it I do? Or are? Am I a spiritual guide and you like my energy? Well, I'm glad you like it. I wish I had some words for you. A little bit of everything all of the time, to quote the Bo Burnham. And yet nobody in particular. Sarah, you share that you could ask if they'd be open to doing a meditation together. Wow. That's wonderful. Yeah. I imagine that oftentimes the answer may be no, but even offering it can de-escalate the situation. Lala, you're wondering, do I hiccup often? I do hiccup often, actually. Maybe you've noticed that. Tatmamasi, you trust my skit ability because you could see glimpses in my videos. But let's reconsider this one. You're so funny. Alright. Thank you everyone for exploring this. You all are really good conflict resolvers. And I think we can all learn from each other in this way. That makes me feel better, knowing that I am in the company of of such wise and compassionate individuals. Kelsey, you're wondering, how do I come up with my questions? I think about the day of the week, and I associate it with a chakra. Today is Thursday, which is the 5th day of the week, and the 5th chakra is the throat chakra. So I think about what question is relative to what the throat chakra represents. That's communication. That's communication. So today's question was about communicating. Sophia's amputated leg. Wow. Everyone's got a TikTok these days. You're wondering what the question of the day was. We just ended it, but it was, when someone appears agitated by you, what can we say to ensure that we mean no harm? I'll let you think of it as I have others. Thank you, Melinda, for your friendship necklace. Hari Om Tat Sat. I would like to perform the penultimate section by reading to you all. We're so close to being done reading this book. It goes to show what consistent practice can do. Just reading a few pages at a time. We're already in the last few pages of this book. And as I mentioned before, the author of this book, Yogi Trivedi, has tentatively agreed to let me interview him just for you all. And because it's just for you, I would like to ask questions from you. So if any question arises while you're listening about the author, about his relationship to Swamishri, the subject of this book, let me know. And I would love to pass them on to Yogi Ji. We are wrapping up the 5th chapter, At Ease, all about how Swamishri was at ease as he was in love everywhere, all of the time. Perhaps we can learn how to be in love and at ease also. Swamishri did not become inactive. We were talking about his later age, in his 90s, last few years of his life. Though the expression of his bhakti and seva, his loving devotion and selfless service changed, his intent was to always serve the divine and his bhaktas, his devotees, and experience the Atman, the true self within. The sadhus, the monks, recall that even when his health was at an all-time low, Swamishri always looked for and asked for Hare Krishna Maharaj, which was a personal form of the divine that he took with him everywhere. When his medicines were brought to him, he asked if Hare Krishna Maharaj had sanctified them. Most importantly, the sadhus realized that though Swamishri's body would not support his desire to serve, in his mind, Swamishri was still giving his all to Hare Krishna Maharaj. You know, maybe it would help for context if I can show you a picture of this image that he carried with him everywhere. I know that halfway through the book, there was an image. Maybe I can jump back. Yes. Whenever the term Hare Krishna Maharaj is said, you can imagine this little gold statue he carried with him. He just loved it, you know. It's like how some of us, we carry with us a stuffed animal, you know. It's like your safety stuffed animal, your best friend. That was Swamishri's best friend. And to him, it symbolized the divine. The intent was to serve as obsequiously as he had all his life. That's a word, isn't it? Obsequiously. I assume that means without sequence break. Swamishri was consecrating the murtis, the divine images, for a mandir, for a temple in America. The sadhus helped him raise his hands to perform the rituals. One of the sadhus, one of the monks in attendance, noticed that Swamishri raised his hands as far as he could and let out a little sigh or grunt. He observed Swamishri doing this each time he extended his hands with flowers to put at God's murti's feet. Later that afternoon, the sadhu asked Swamishri why he was grunting. Swamishri explained, "I have always placed the flowers at the feet of the murti. I wanted to make sure I use every ounce of energy in my body to reach God's feet. It is my bhakti, my loving devotion." The sadhu could not help but ask, "Swamishri, did you reach the murti's feet?" "Yes, of course I did. I have to. It is my seva, my selfless service." The sadhu was dumbfounded. After all that exertion and effort, Swamishri had only managed to get his hands about 4 or 5 inches from his wheelchair, but in his mind he was reaching the murti. Welcome, J-Rod. I think you may be new here. How are you feeling, my friend? Swamishri spent every last bit of energy to serve and worship. His seva and bhakti, his selfless service and loving devotion, continued in different forms. He also asked his attendants to bring and place Hare Krishna Maharaj in his room. Now, more than ever, he preferred the company of the divine over that of any other person. Swamishri had not forgotten the divine in those around him. Late one morning, Swamishri came into the cabin in the courtyard to give darshan. Several hours later, the sadhus placed him into the bed for his afternoon rest. Bhadresh Das Swami noticed that Swamishri's lips were moving, as if he were speaking to himself. He asked Swamishri if he wanted anything. Swamishri did not even hear his question. He was lost in his own conversation. Bhadresh Das Swami and Narayan Das Swami were curious. They leaned over and listened to Swamishri softly speaking to himself for 4 minutes. Earlier that morning in the courtyard, Swamishri had noticed bhaktas, devotees from a small, impoverished village in attendance. The Dalit and scheduled tribe bhaktas, these are devotees from minority and often underprivileged parts of India, of Badalpur, had a generational connection with Swamishri and his gurus. The guru, the spiritual teacher, was recalling his love for them and their love for him. Swamishri remembered their huts and homes and the names of specific bhaktas, and even the specific acts of seva and bhakti, of selfless service and loving devotion they had performed over the years. The two sadhus had tears in their eyes. Though Swamishri had not met the bhaktas that morning, his bhakti and seva towards them had not changed at all. The attendants often caught him mumbling about bhaktas. About bhaktas' arrangements after noticing them in the crowds. For example, Sudhir Singh Bapu from Gondal is here. He likes his tea warm and sweet. I hope they have made arrangements, he would say. Though his health did not allow him to accommodate requests for padramanis, for household visits to devotees in nearby villages any longer, the intent to please his sadhus and bhaktas, his monks and devotees, remained crystal clear in his mind. December mornings can get cold in Sarangpur. Swamishri was under his blanket and resting on his left side. The attendants could tell that he was in pain and uncomfortable. Hari Prakash Das Swami gently sat next to him and started rubbing his back. Swamishri did not find it comforting and made a slight face. Hari Prakash Das Swami noticed and asked, "May I gently rub your back? It may help the pain." Swamishri said no. "Don't you like it?" Swamishri again said no. Hari Prakash Das Swami insisted, "But what about the fact that I'd like to? How about 2 minutes?" As soon as Swamishri heard the young sadhu express his preference, Swamishri gave in. "Sure, you can caress my back for a few minutes." The sadhus in the room were startled by how conscious Swamishri was of accommodating others' wishes, even in a heightened state of pain and physical suffering, and kept giving and accommodating. He did. Swamishri kept giving darshan, viewing presents, in the courtyard until the 19th of May, 2016, after which he gave darshan from his room. He gave his last darshan to the bhaktas and sadhus on the 12th of August, 2016, just one day before he renounced his mortal body. Let's pause our reading of In Love, at Ease there for now. So thank you, my dear viewers, for listening. And if you have any questions that you would like me to relay to Yogi Trivedi, the author, I would be honored to relay them if I get the chance. No promises. He's very busy with a PhD right now, so I hear. And therefore, it's totally understandable if he can't make time anytime soon. But he said he'll try his best. And that's enough for me, of course. More than enough. Tattvamasi, your question is, how does Yogi feel now while remembering the moment he got angry with Swami for being on the phone? I love that. And what throwback to our first reading of the Guru who apologized. That's beautiful. Yeah, I will definitely ask him that. How do you feel now while remembering the moment he got angry with Swamishri for being on the phone? And hello, dear Mason. And did I see Alcoholic Jesus come in? Yeah, I see. And welcome, India Sue. Some emotions going around. That's okay. Life is very emotional. I can relate in that. I'm a very emotional person. I experience a lot of highs and lows and everything in between and sometimes beyond. It's all right. It's all right. Now, thank you, Melinda, for the friendship necklace you shared as we were reading. Jai Swaminarayan. And Augustine, thank you for your heart, me too. Jai Satchitanam Anandam. And Gina, thank you for your pair of community fests. Radhe or Radhe. And Willie D, thank you for your finger heart. There's one for you too. Hello, dear Horsewise. I wanted to mention, based on our interaction last night, that I felt the weight behind your words, and I value the presence in them. And I'm sorry if anything I said reminded you of a negative experience you may have had before. I was thinking about you as I fell asleep last night. As if there's anything I can do to make this space more accommodating for you, I would be happy to. And I'm sorry if we got off on the wrong foot. Sometimes I don't make the best first impression. Now thank you, Willie D, for your finger heart, and Kent and Lisa for your trio of team bracelets you have sent as we are nearing the end of today's Sangha. Thank you. And Timothy, thank you for your music play and your community fest. Hari Om Tat Sat. That's a difficult question, David. What is my definition of love? I think if there's one thing I've learned about love, is that it always makes room for an exception. We can define it in one way or another, but we have whole genres of movies, of stories, of TV shows, whose whole point is to convey that love is not expressed in any one way in particular, that we can find love flow in various ways. Although it is true that on the internet we may be strangers, we might not know each other's real names or stories or the circumstances of their life. It's okay, because I'm not interested in any of that, as I am most interested in the ways in which I already know you, because we are fellow humans on this fellow earth in the same universe, experiencing consciousness and that sentience of I amness. And in that way, we are all connected. And thank you, dear Timothy, for another heart me and cloud bread. Hari Om Tat Sat. I would like to end today's live stream with a short guided meditation, as we did last night, and I hope that it will help relax any kind of tension we might be holding in our body or stress in our mind. But Mason, you're wondering if we can read the pocket Pema Chodron? Sure, we can do that. It's nice and short. Let's see, what's a nice one? Here, I'll let you choose, actually. Give me a number from 1 to 108, as there are 108 passages in this pocket book. I'm not asking you, Tatvamasi. I'm asking Mason. 101. Perfect. Let's read 101 together. I don't know if we read this one before. 101 is called Right There in the Moment of Sadness. It's a nice short one. When you wake up in the morning and out of nowhere comes the heartache of alienation and loneliness, could you use that as a golden opportunity? rather than persecuting yourself or feeling that something terribly wrong is happening, right there in the moment of sadness and longing, could you relax and touch the limitless space of the human heart? The next time you get a chance, experiment with this. That's right there in the moment of sadness. Number 101. It's a good one. Thank you. Thank you for listening, and thank you for asking me to read another verse, Mason. Thank you, Timothy, for a community fest also. Hari Om Tat Sat. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Kelsey. It's true, Horsewise. With our busy schedules, it's difficult to make time for mindfulness, but oh, is it useful. Even a little bit of mindfulness, even if it's just a short check-in with yourself as you brush your teeth or go on your way to wherever you have to go to, I believe it can make a big difference. And hello and goodbye, Sheiji. Kelsey, you want to visit Bali. You heard that they are very spiritual and mindful. Well, I have good hopes for you, Kelsey, that regardless of where you go, you will be able to make in your own presence a spiritual and mindful aura, and you take that with you. I like that, Mason. You share it's important to wake up and start your day with a prayer. That's something that I've been finding myself doing lately. It really helps set the intention for the day, what things I want to be mindful of. It's definitely more for me than whoever is listening. I'm the one listening to my own words at the end of the day, and therefore helps me put them into context. Seiji, you're wondering, what book was I just reading from? You weren't here for the beginning. Well, we've read a couple books so far, but the book that I just read from was called The Pocket Pema Chodron. It's a book of passages from this Buddhist nun. One of the things I really love about Eastern philosophy and spirituality is that it's all about believing in what you experience directly. The Buddha would always say, come and see for yourself. Don't just believe what I say. If peace is possible, you can get there and experience it directly. Horsewise, you're curious. Do I believe in metaphorical stories as real? I like the way you put that. It's in the metaphor that we find the most meaning. There have been very many spiritual scriptures from so many traditions around the world. And some people go crazy over trying to validate the historicity, and they miss the spiritual metaphors that are in the text. And that's what's most important. Even if it did really happen, who knows? Not I, that's for sure. Poetry has always been a beautiful way of encapsulating spiritual wisdom. And there have been great poets. as the scribes of many traditions who are able to convey such deep and profound messages through symbols and metaphor. That's a great metaphor, horse-wise. Like the concept of a swan, which is used in Hinduism. That which can float on water or walk on water. The water is a metaphor for the ocean of Maya, the material existence, which is full of pains and pleasures. To go beyond that, to not drown within one's sorrows. That is the ascension of spirit. You are free like a bird. And the beautiful metaphor of a swan is that it can rest on the surface of the water without getting sucked under, without getting wet, but also at any time it chooses to fly above and soar. Hello, Anizek. Kelsey, you share. You have encountered spiritual religious folks, and you love that their intention is to find a middle ground. I think we might forget sometimes that there are distinctions that we can make between religion and spirituality. Religion is a kind of organized spirituality, and it works really well for some people, but other people it does not. There's traditionally three main expressions of spirit. There's the bhakti yogis, those who are very devotional. Religion falls in place there. And there's the jnana yogis, those that pursue science and philosophy for the ultimate spiritual transcendence. And then there's the karma yogis, those who prefer action and being really involved. These are the humanitarians, or even those who find excellence through their discipline, like athleticism. And what about Yogi Bears? I like that, Willie D. They find spiritual transcendence through scratching their back on trees. I don't know. I don't know what Yogi Bear is known for. I forget. Oh, thank you, Eric. Thank you for being you. Horsewise, you mentioned that some humans believe the metaphor is real and miss the point of what they're trying to say. I agree with you, but it's not my place to judge. All I know is that as long as I am able to see the truth in it, then that's all that matters. Otherwise, if we try to convince them that they are wrong, it would be no different than those religious proselytizers who try to convince us that we're wrong. So in the interest of not falling to the same level as them, I just let them live their life, and if anyone gets harmed, then I go and help the victim. I raise the voice for the vulnerable. I think that's the most we can do. There is a lot of weight behind your words, Horsewise. How are you feeling, my friend? Sounds like you have a lot of experience with this subject. And it can get very tense and emotional during these conversations. So maybe we can save this conversation when we know each other a little better. That way we can fall back on friendship in case an argument ever gets too heated. I value your feelings. And I think it's very beautiful that you want to make sure people see the world for what it is. It helps make us feel less alone. The last thing we want to do is be in a world full of people that aren't living in the same world, if you know what I mean. I'm sure you do. It's fascinating how many unique experiences that we can have of the very same world. Someone believes this, another person believes that. It can feel very lonely. And we might have trauma that we're working through, certain experiences that we haven't quite processed yet. I really feel you there. For much of my life, I certainly felt the same way. I hated religion. I hated the church. I hated what they do. I hated all the wars that were fought. I just didn't like it, you know? Science is the way. Definitely. And I still believe all that. But it was actually science that ultimately led me to a deeper appreciation of the core values. And by core values, I really mean what's beyond the surface level impression that the average religious person doesn't even know themselves. It's funny how often religious people contradict their own teachings, which makes for the funny conclusion that we can't judge the teaching based on people who aren't living the teaching. But through math, through science, there's a funny unity between what's at the heart of science and what's at the heart of various traditions. And it goes beyond blind faith or anything like that. I always think of in the Bible as a funny verse. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. Because when I think of it, I think, well, what comes before everything and what comes after everything also? Well, nothing does, by definition, right? Because if you had something that comes before, it's a part of that everything. I think some of you have played with this idea before. I can feel it. Nothingness sounds a lot like God to me, which is beautiful in its own way. Because nothing is that from which everything arises. So there's a funny way, I'm saying the word funny so many times, someone stop me. There's an interesting connection there between science and religion. Because science believes in nothing. Science says, of all the evidence for God, there's nothing. But you know, this nothingness sounds a lot like that which is responsible for everythingness. And if you think about it, there's a lot of connections we can make between the concept of God and the concept of nothing. But I don't want to bore you all with those connections because I can really go off for a long time. Thinking about nothing is probably my favorite thing to think about. And it's what got me interested in spirituality, because you'll find the very same exploration in like the Tao Te Ching, for example. The first line of the Tao Te Ching, the text of Taoism, is, the Tao that can be told is the eternal Tao, is not the eternal Tao. The Tao that can be named is not the eternal Tao. And I was thinking, you know, that sounds a lot like nothing. Because if you talk about nothing, it's not nothing. The word nothing, you name it nothing. Now it's a name, it's not nothing. And then I came to learn that in Buddhism, the ultimate goal is to become one with nirvana. And the nirvana literally means nothing. Nir means no or not. Vana means a thing, an expression. Nirvana means nothing. What? The Buddhists are working towards nothing? What's this nothingness I keep discovering? Or in set theory. In set theory, for example, we find that the mathematical universe is created from the empty set. From the empty set, you are able to construct the whole universe. There's something special about the concept of nothing. So you ask me, what's at the heart of all religion, all spirituality, all science, all mathematics? Nothing. But not in a way that dismisses the question. Here I'm capital N nothing, The very absence from which all the particles of the void emerged, pop in and out of existence. The all and nothing. Yeah, it's funny. The moment we try to define nothing, it's no longer nothing. But that's the very nature of nothing, is that things sprout from it. We talk about nothingness. It'll lead you everywhere, and yet nowhere at the same time. We start speaking in circles, but it starts to make sense in a really weird way. Julie Beth, you're wondering, where is my accent from? Well, when I was younger, I had a big speech impediment. You probably wouldn't be able to understand me when I was younger. I'm actually amazed that my parents could understand me. I listened to recordings of myself when I was a kid, and I don't even know what I'm saying. But yet my parents did. I'm really grateful for that. But I had difficulty with friends because everyone would make fun of how I spoke. So I tried really hard to enunciate every syllable. I believe that every letter in a word has a purpose. Even the silent ones change how you pronounce it. Actually putting some space in between my words and having trust in myself. I found that I used to stutter a lot because I didn't believe in the words. I didn't have faith that I could even express myself properly. Over time it got better. Definitely. And I think being neurodivergent also changes the way I speak. Us neurodivergent, we just kind of have our own way of speaking, and we often pick up on who we're with. It's not even intentional. Some of you might notice that some of my word choices are inspired by Eastern traditions. I use a lot of Sanskrit words. Sanskrit has been really teaching me a different way of looking at sound. Sound is something so sacred, And there's a beautiful science that you learn through studying this language, Sanskrit, that arose in India. And you'll find that a lot of spiritual teachers from India tend to speak in very similar ways. And it's not quite an Indian accent as it is a Sanskrit accent. I noticed that people who learn Sanskrit, they even pronounce words in their own language differently because it totally rewires your understanding of sound. And I'm finding that I'm doing that too. For example, I never said which. I would always say which. I would never say what. I would say what. I wouldn't aspirate the W. But in Sanskrit, an H has a very important role, and it aspirates the sound that comes before. So learning the difference between aspirated sounds in Sanskrit and not, now it changes the way I understand words like what and where and why. There's an H there. It must have been aspirated at some point in the English language, but we've dropped our distinction between aspirates and non-aspirates. I'm also Canadian. Us Canadians, we speak funny compared to Americans. Maybe those go in play. But I know a lot of people are interested in the way I speak. So in the link tree in my bio, there's a frequently asked questions page. And I talk a little bit about some of the reasons why I believe I speak the way I do. all I can hope really is that you understand what I'm saying. I hope that my speech comes across to you authentically, sincerely. Sometimes I feel bad when people can't understand me because the way I speak is very different from the way they expect me to. I really hope that that the meaning in my words is more important, because that's what matters most to me. Now, did I thank you, Anazek, for your pair of roses earlier? And Timothy, thank you for your community fest. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Jen, thank you for your quartet of bubble teas. Radhe Radhe. Hybrid Jen, thank you for your disco love and fire. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Oh, I'm happy that you all can understand me. That helps. Willie D, you're wondering what I'm eating for dinner. I don't even know yet. I'll have to make something for myself. But yes, it is getting late, and I said we'd do a guided meditation. But yeah, sometimes I delay the segments in our live because some people can join at the strangest times, and I love to settle the emotions before going into our final segments. It really helps me to know that we're all at rest. Speaking of which, meditation is a great way of being at rest. So let us come together to meditate. And remember, there's no incorrect way of meditating. Meditation just means that we take this moment to be as we are. And there are learning experiences along the way, many ways in which we can resist how we are in this moment. There's no wrong way to meditate. If you feel more comfortable sitting or laying in a different position than you are right now, now would be the time to bring yourself into that position. For some people, they prefer a supported back. Ask yourself if you are one of those people and make the adjustments necessary. Others, they prefer lying down or sitting cross-legged on the floor, whatever works for you. It is not how we coordinate our body that defines the meditation. It is more to do with how we coordinate our mind. A meditation is defined by its object. In loose terms, the point of meditation is to reach what's called samadhi, the Sanskrit word referring to the union of the object and the subject. You are the subject, and whatever you're meditating upon is your object. It can be something like your breath, or a candle flame, or a body of water. It can also be something more abstract, like a concept, or bringing to mind an image of the divine. Many forms of the divine have been evolved such that each aspect of them symbolizes some universal truth. You may feel it helpful to have an Ishta Devata while you meditate, a personal form of the divine that you bring to mind. A mantra can also be your object of meditation. But regardless of your object of meditation, the point is to become one with it. Now I hear my phone alarm going off. It's helpful to meditate in an environment that's conducive to meditation. There. Now that my phone is no longer vibrating, we can select our object of meditation. Today, let us meditate on light. We will imagine light in various ways. We may start by imagining a light enter from the earth, our 2 feet. We can imagine that light leaving a trail of little lights behind it, creating a galaxy in its wake. We can meditate on how our feet take us in so many directions. So many places to see. So many places for us to illuminate with our light. We imagine little lights sprinkling across the sole of our foot, the ball of our heel, and each toe. We imagine that light rising in each ankle, illuminating our calf. You can even imagine your body glowing from the inside out. This light rises past our shin to our knee, up our hamstring, our thighs, our quads, illuminating our legs. We can imagine light fill our hips, and that light climbs up our spine. First, the base of our spine where it takes on a red light. This is the root chakra, and it represents light in its latent form. It represents the energy to be, that which has not come into being. And we imagine that red light getting bigger and bigger, symbolizing our latent potential becoming brighter and brighter, shining for us the path ahead, illuminating all our possibilities. Now we can imagine that light ascending, and it transforms into an orange light. This is near to where our organs of procreation are, our most sacred of body parts. As such, this orange light symbolizes the sacral chakra, which embodies all that which we have to give unto this world. From that latent potential, that red light, arises a unique way forward, something unique that we have to offer to this world. Be it through intimacy or creativity, it is the same light shining in different ways. We imagine that orange light expanding, representing our possibility being born into the world and the bright future that lay ahead. And that light rises and takes on a yellow hue near to our belly button. That yellow light is called the solar plexus chakra, and it symbolizes independence from the world. That the light that we have given, that light which we have poured into this world, it is unique in its own regard. It shines brightly, independently. That what we have offered to the world is a life of its own, adding to the many lights so far. We imagine that yellow light getting bigger and brighter, like the sun, symbolizing how what we have given unto the world is constantly growing, becoming brighter and brighter. And as that light rises, it becomes green. And it is found in the heart center, namely the heart chakra. It represents how that which is now independent from you and the world is now a recipient of all the love we have to give. That what we put into the world, we grow with our love. And we become the source of light. We imagine that green light getting bigger and brighter. And that represents our ever-growing love, illuminating our beloved. And as that light rises, it concentrates in the throat and takes on a teal, cyan, turquoise kind of hue. It represents how connections are made through what we share. And the gift of communication is something so precious. That one way to give the love in your heart is through expression, through words, through song, through dance, through art. Any way in which we find our voice heard can carry the sweet melodies of our heart. And as we imagine that blue light, that almost baby blue light, get bigger and brighter, it represents our voice getting louder and more clear. And when that light rises even further up, it centers between the eyebrows in a blue-violet light. Indigo. This represents our ability to see the light within others for all their worth and what they illuminate before our eyes, and all the truths that they shed their light on, our ability to see that. And as it becomes bigger and brighter, imagine your ability to see getting sharper and sharper, and your sensitivity to light becomes that much more penetrative. And finally, as that light arises to the crown of our head, it goes through magentas and finally to something so bright that all the colors wash out. Yet the whole rainbow is found within this white light. This represents all of the light. The light of potential, the unique light we have to offer, the independence of that light, and the light of love we give. Our words illuminate, our eyes are sensitive to this light, that there is nothing but light, metaphorically. This light represents that which washes away the darkness of ignorance, which fills the void with color, with brightness. And as we imagine this light getting bigger and brighter, we feel a deep peace set in. It represents the expansion of our inner light, the light of consciousness, which casts forms into existence upon the mind's canvas, and that the source of all light is within you, from which the whole universe is seen. And with that, we can pause our meditation. And we can continue anytime you meditate, because all meditations continue where they left off. I hope that meditation brightened your day. That's a light meditation. And with that, I thank you all for being here until the end of our Sangha. With that, I am going to wrap things up for this live stream. I will be uploading the recording of this live to my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives, in case there's any part of it that you feel you could have gotten more out of. And that includes the meditation and the readings and all the clips from the segments. So there's a whole, there's many months of content there in case you ever feel like you are missing this for whatever reason. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your quartet of roses. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your baker's dozen worth of roses too. And Dob Darker, thank you for your heart me. Hare Krishna. And Kent and Lisa, thank you for your best team. That channel is linked in the link tree in my bio, as is other alternatives. May this live stream be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, the form of the divine which I see within you. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. May you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaskaram.